Okay, so good afternoon. We are here with the toss of the second game, which will be played in the NBP Sport Complex of IMC over 40 T20 World Cup, and which will be played between Hong Kong, China, and West Indies. I have both the skippers. The skipper of Hong Kong China, Farooq Said, along with the skipper of West Indies, Lawrence Farnham, and we have the match referee as well, Babar Bhai. And now you have the coin, I guess, Farooq. Will you spin it for me?
Tail.
Tails is a call, and it's a tail. So West Indies, they won the toss. Skip, what are you going to do first?
We were toying with the idea of having a bat, so we will have a bat first.
Uh, if I talk about batting first here on this surface, it's quite a bit much in the favor for the bowlers, as I've seen much of a grassy patches and the cracks as well.
Well, we look at the wicket today, and it doesn't have as much grass as it had previously. And the idea of having a cracks should benefit our spinners late in the afternoon. So we're hoping that that will come in our favor.
And what about the combination? Is it the same?
We made a couple of changes. We had force injury changes, so unfortunately those guys are out. But we've got capable guys that have come in to fill those gaps.
Okay, thank you. So now the skip of Hong Kong China, Farooq Said, is going to join me. And before that, a little memento. Skip, although if you would have won the toss, what you would have done first?
If we would won the toss, we would have batted first.
That means it pretty much didn't came into your favor.
Yeah, but never mind. We were.
Mike, Mike.
It doesn't matter. We'll still bowl. We have good bowling side, so I think we'll have a good ball.
Do you have any changes in the combination?
Yeah, we got two changes. Royal Amsam goes out, and Kashif, where Johan comes in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
the news from the center is that West Indies, they won the toss and elected to bat first. so game number 2, which will be played in NBP Sport Complex, which will be between West Indies and Hong Kong, China. First of all, we're going to witness the national anthem of West Indies.
No noble thoughts brought us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flannel nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and
And now, the national anthem of Hong Kong, China. So, everybody, please stay there because we're going to observe a minute of silence in respect of the fire which struck almost 5 buildings in Tai Po, Hong Kong. Thank you so much. So now the gesture of shaking the hands here. The next game of the day, which will be played between West Indies and Hong Kong, China. Some friendly gesture as well, exchanging the mementos. So here we're gonna witness the showdown in a couple of moments where West Indies are gonna take over Hong Kong, China. West Indies, they won the toss, elected to bat, and that's Hong Kong, China who's gonna bowl in the first innings. Players shaking their hands. In a couple of moments, they're gonna get set and set up the field. The batters will be in West Indies versus Hong Kong, China of the IMC T20 Over 40s World Cup, day number 5, match number 2 in the NBP Sport Complex. West Indies, they've won the toss, selected to bat first. Team hurdles are being made. Umpires are ready. So the 11 of West Indies, led by Lawrence Farnham, then Asif, Atwell, Davindra, Leacock, Bab, Nagamoto, Chatram, Latif, Lal, and Zaman. I talk about the 11. Okay, so umpires are getting in along with the ball. Yes, the shiny one, Kookaburra. The hurdle of Hong Kong, China. Need to get set on the field first. So the 11 of Hong Kong, China, led by Farooq Said, the skipper, then Khalid, Ankur, Iftikhar, Batipola, Dar, Sohail, Najib, Vijitang, Cruz, and Zar. West Indies won the toss, selected to bat first. And the couple of moments, we're going to witness the showdown. The teams are getting ready here. Hong Kong, China, pretty much motivated. Well, they were looking for the bat first, but it didn't came into the favor. That's a TN Vision production. And as you can see, the broadcasters through which you can watch these matches live on PVCA's YouTube and on Myco as well. Hong Kong, China getting into the ground and set up the field. And some of the conversation going on between the players. I said how they're going to set the field. The captain Farooq Said, he was guiding them, and the Caribbean batters from the West Indies, Atwell along with Chen. Getting onto the ground, going to set up the field here, and then the showdown is going to begin. And if I talk about Atwell, he's pretty much amazing with the bat, as we have seen in the previous games. On the other end, Chan is going to be on the non-striker. He's getting his guard ready. He's drilling with the bails onto the crease so that he could get a good grip. Atwell, a pretty strong batter. This is much of a requirement when you're taking the guard. In a couple of moments, we're going to go with the first ball. Eternal Atwell. He is the striker. And on the other end, going from a drone cam, Asif Chen, the left-handed from West Indies. We talk about West Indies. It wasn't pretty much of a good day playing against Pakistan. And that's Zarkhan from Hong Kong, China. He's going to deliver the first over. Here we go with the first ball. Swinging away a little inside. Dot to start the over. A slow one to a start away from the off stump. Atwell was quite a bit trying to cut it away. I can see the game plan here. They're not going aggressive here. They're going for the defense. Oh, what a good delivery. Pitch outside leg this time. On to the leg stump. pretty much of a good appeal, I would say, at the shrine of Abdullah Shah Ghazi. And at the back of it, you can see the beautiful seaside and the Karachi port. Because of TN Vision, you can see this stream live on the YouTube channel of PVCA and on Myco. That was a little away, but he came down the ground there. Picks up the widest delivery there. Mustn't have put the bat on that delivery. That must have gone for a wide. The hustling, busy Karachi. Lots of greenery as well. Who says Karachi is not green? The busy streets, the city which never sleeps. It's Karachi, and it's also called the City of Light. So here we go, Zar with the another one. Pitching it away from the off stump and thrust it away towards the boundary there, towards the deep point. Got enough of the bat on the ball. Opens his hand at the great time. Asif Chen finds the gap there, finds the boundary. There wasn't any fielder. Well, it's not quite a good delivery to deliver to a player like Asif. He knows he has the potential. He can put you away for some boundaries. It's the IMC over 40s T20 World Cup Karachi, powered by Quetta Gladiators, in association with the Pakistan Veterans Cricket Association, PVCA. On the YouTube channel of PVCA, you can watch these matches live. That was onto the middle stump now. These are the kinds of delivery you deliver to a batter who is pretty much confident with the bat. When you're going to deliver it away and you have the field set just near, you don't have any fielder in the deep, that is a bad delivery to bowl. And he'll surely going to put you away. Once again, this time away from the off stump, and it's going to be a chance. Oh! There wasn't anybody to guard. So in this manner, there's the dugout of West Indies. First gone, 6 for none. And that's the helicopter passing by because of the security of the foreign teams playing here in Karachi, Pakistan. And now I've been joined in the commentary box by Mr. Naeem Chen. He's from Caribbean. Thank you so much, sir, joining us in the commentary box.
Hi Fayaz, good morning. Well, it's good morning from Pakistan, Karachi. For those people in the West Indies, it'll be pretty early in the morning, just getting out of your beds maybe. Brilliant sunshine, nice atmosphere. And the West Indies have won 1 game in their 4. And so is Hong Kong, so they're just struggling at the bottom of the table.
Ankur brought into the action this time, plays it nicely towards the extra covers. A brilliant hit here by Asif. Well, he got that juicy full toss and he made it all away of it. What a boundary and what a way to start with a welcoming 4 to Ankur. He's pretty much a great bowler. It was onto the middle stump this time. Plays it nicely towards the fine leg, into the circle. Didn't went much deep. It's gonna be just a single there.
So the West Indies have been changing various platforms in the opening position. They've been struggling to find permanent openers, and they have not been making use of the power play in many of the games that they've played so far. So they're looking for that opportunity here to really come good. Atwell has been the permanent opening partner in all the games so far.
This time, a pretty much good delivery, but I got the back of the angle this time. I didn't got the follow angle this time. So I wasn't pretty sure that it was just towards the off stump or towards the middle one. This was swiftly played here by Asif. But it's a good strategy. Singles and doubles, building up the partnership, getting the ball in the range and getting rid of those deliveries. If I talk about Asif, when he was trying to drive it away this time, wasn't connected well. This time he goes down the ground towards the fine leg. Wonderful sweep, I would say, but because of the outfield, that was a little slow. Didn't manage to get those precious four. It's going to be just a single off leg by. Well, a good start to the game, I would say, for West Indies, putting up 13. Well, spinners earlier on in the game, it's not very easy for them because of the shine of the ball, and especially Kookaburra. And today, if I talk about the surf, it's a little less grassy than the previous games. And it's a bit of very hard, baked by the sun, pretty much of cracks. They're going to get some unusual turn as well on it. So 2 overs gone, 14 without any loss.
And they had 3 games. Look at that picturesque site here at the NBP Sports Complex. Beautiful buildings, lots of infrastructure going up, lots of construction work across Karachi, so lots of dust as well. We had some early games this morning. Rest of the world, what an exciting day for them. I'll tell you a little bit about those games. Single here. So the West Indies starting off pretty well this morning. But rest of the Gulf had 254 for 4 against Sri Lanka. What a score. Only Pakistan has posted more than that in any game, 284 in one game. So the rest of the Gulf won their game. And the USA, they beat rest of the world by 5 wickets. Down the ground, down the pitch, Atwell, bit of confusion, sorted out eventually. But they were pretty hesitant there.
And yeah, that was the first game of today, which was played between rest of the world and the USA. And I can say that USA first in the first innings when they were delivering, that was a bit of a problem in their fielding. But in the end, they got a couple of wickets because of the catches. And earlier on in the innings, they were dropping lots of catches. I can say that 7 catches were dropped today at the total. And that was pretty much because of the softness of the ball, and it was a little moist early in the morning because it was windy, a little moist as well because we are just near the seaside. It's a couple of miles away. Beautiful beach of Karachi. And this time he clucks it away. Goes down the ground. I think that must be just a bounce. Rolls away for a boundary there. Asif now just hitting up the gas.
But that was to be hit. It was pitched up just inside that slot. And Asif making hay while the sun shine down to the boundary for 4. He looks pretty set. Well, I told you about those 2 games. Rest of the Gulf winning their game this morning. USA, now they've won 4 of their games out of 5. And Australia beat Zimbabwe by 9 wickets. All those matches taking place earlier this morning.
That was a pace-off delivery onto the pads. Wasn't connected with the bat. I think it was not a good short selection because he was just aiming that he's going to pull it away. It's going to pitch up, but because I think it just landed onto the grass, that is why it didn't pitch up. It didn't got a good bounce there. Zar is making 100% use of the surface. Good delivery once again. Very good delivery. That's the attacking mindset of Hong Kong China right now to get those wickets in the power play, because on the surface, power play matters a lot. It's just, I can say, it's the 20 or 30% of the game which you can take out of the power play.
I think these 2 batsmen have got to work it out. That was a pretty cheeky single a short while ago. Someone could have been nailed for that. In their exuberance to utilize this power play, there are going to be irrational moments.
And now there's going to be a last delivery to go by Zar. And well, just the slice of the bat finds the gap there. Asif once again strikes it nicely for a boundary. What a way to end the over.
Nice shot, pitched up, just easing it through the offside. Good timing as well, got in the meat of the bat. Just at the end of over number 3, 28 without loss.
Nestled in the heart of South America,
The emphasis now over the past few years in Guyana has been leaning more towards birding tourism. A lot of people coming up to see birding. Guyana is off, we will call up the beacon tourism track. It's a new frontier. We actually have, in terms of birds, we have over 900 species of birds and over 70 species that are Guyana Shield endemic. Some of them are easy to see compared to neighboring Guyana Shield countries. Guyana is indeed unique in terms of bird because of the diversity of species. You go on a birding trip and there are many other.
Very good fielding in the end, the brink of the boundary. If he would have done a blunder, yeah, it was a confirmed boundary there. And I can say West Indies, it's pretty much of a balanced score, going quite nice in the power play. As I said, it's the 20 or 30% of the game that you can take it out of the power play. If I talk about the United States, they almost aced the power play with putting up 53 to 54 runs on the board. And then it pretty much came into their favor. And that went straight for a boundary.
Nice shot that well, pitched up into the pads and struck away. So the bowling has not been relatively on target. They're searching the Hong Kong, China.
Once again, similar kind of a delivery. It was a little turning inside. It was pitched outside the off stump. And it got a little bit of a turn as well, using the surface anchor. Obviously, the surface matters a lot because today it's lots of cracks and some occasional grass as well on the surface, which is giving spinners a bit of a grip, a bit of a spin as well. It's turning a lot. I can see that shiny patches there on the surface. It's only because of the hard and baked pitch there. Nicely driven there, but equally a good field, I would say.
Yes, knocked it down there. That's a difficult position to field. Somewhere close to a gully or short backward point. The ball skids off and then it turns when it hits the turf.
Good delivery there. That was a leg cutter here by Ankur. And what a way to end the over. 4 overs gone, 35 for none.
USA they have been on a roller coaster. Of course, Pakistan setting the field afire. And this tournament, 4 games, 4 victories. And you have some very good teams. I was looking at the South Africans as well. Very fit fellas. They've got some very good bowling actually, and good batting. In fact, Natalian Howard from South Africa is the 2nd best bowler so far. But Australia dominating the bowling mark clearly. 10 wickets in the tournament, and that's as far as yesterday, the conclusion of yesterday's games.
Here we go. This time swept it away. And we have to check it whether it went all the way. Yes, it is. It went all the way and got a perfect angle on that. That was picked up the line pretty much nicely, and it was just like an opportunity in the slot to just put away for a maximum.
It's Maxi there. Nice shot. So the tournament has been plagued, I think, in one department, and that's fielding. You mentioned earlier, you alluded to how many catches were dropped in this morning's game. That's between the rest of the world and the USA. USA scraping home at the end.
Similar kind of a shot, but this time I think it's dropped. Yes, it is. Well, as you said, it's not pretty much of a comfortable place to field. You have to be pretty much mindful and pretty much alert at that point, because the batters hit like a bullet there.
Yes, you've got limited time when someone is sweeping, and they'll sweep it very hard. And that ball just dropped in front of that fielder. Hadn't the chance and the time to lunge forward.
This time it goes away towards the extra covers. That's the fumble in the field. Gonna give some time for the batters to grab those quick couple of runs. And this is the problems that teams are doing, the mistakes actually, that they're not being pretty much tight on the field and dropping the catches. Oh, that's a big shout. Gone. The finger is raised. A big wicket. That's Atwell. He's walking a little disappointed. He's gonna go.
I don't think Atwell got to the pitch of the ball actually. He just remained in his crease, lunging forward, looking for a big shot. Look at this. Not coming forward. The ball left his bat. That was the one going away. Just nicking outside the line of the off stump, taken by the wicketkeeper. So the West Indies, they've lost their first wicket. Not a bad partnership. They've not been having great partnerships in this tournament. So it's good to see that they could muster 43 for 1. And still in the power play, actually.
Well, I can say losing a couple of wickets in power play, it's okay if you are putting up a good score on the board, the way West Indies have done right now. 43 already on the board, and then they lost their wicket here. And especially, it's going to give a little bit of a setback, because Atwell was pretty much a confident player, and he has the potential. He has been seen hitting quite hard, utilizing the power play very good. But now, if I talk about the captain, Lawrence Farnham, he's pretty much confident as well, and he has a good attacking mindset. He's like a great leader leading the West Indian side.
Farnham has great temperament, especially if his side is in trouble, where he can stabilize. He was struck 3 games ago under the eyelid, had to go into the hospital, scanned MRIs, so he had to have a day's rest. He played yesterday, returning for the West Indies, and now coming into this game. Nice opening position here for him. Lots of time available where he can bat for a long time.
And obviously, when the skipper is into the action, that means the non-striker Asif is also going to get much of a support. Lawrence Farnham, the skipper, left-handed. Pitched it away of the off stump. It's turning a bit towards the off stump there, and just opened the tilted face of the bat straight towards the fielder at the point. That went down the ground. Oh, direct hit. The batter was comfortably in. Taking the risky singles at this point can put you in trouble, because you have already lost a wicket in the power play, and now you just need to build up the innings. Instead, if you're going to lose the wickets, that's going to be a big problem. 5 overs gone, 44 for 1.
That's your leg stump. He's going to come around the boat.
Well, the West Indies will be mindful that they should not be committing one of the many cardinal sins in T20 cricket, and that one is getting run out, so they've got to be cautious. There were some very cheeky singles earlier on between Atwell and Asif. That's a little caution. Other cardinal sins, dot balls. I'll just read through some stuff for you in a short while, perhaps after this delivery. Well, since the umpire is not ready, let me just tell you, up as of yesterday, there were 5,414 balls bowled in the tournament. And just listen to this. The dot balls were 20, that's 2,363. That's another cardinal sin.
This time it was the extra covers. Yeah, I totally agree with you. That's a cardinal sin. You have to minimize the dot deliveries, and that is what the problem Australia had in the last game as well. They were going pretty much good, and then it just came into the glotty because of those dot deliveries, and then suddenly Poulsen stepped up and made the game into Australia's favor.
Nice shot, can't find the boundary. There's a man out there, but nicely struck. And of all those 5,414, almost half of those balls bowled in the tournament were dot balls. And extras, 440. That's another sin. You don't want overthrows, you don't want wides and no balls.
That's a slower delivery, pitched up a little. Farnham, when he was rotating his body posture to just go for a bigger one, then came well onto the bat. Well, Farooq, he has the ability, he has the variety, pitching it outside. He knows, he has the awareness of the cracks, he has the awareness of the surface here. He's delivering it purposely outside, making the players go and be familiar with the outside, and then he's going to deliver it inside. I can just judge the game plan here for Farooq. That is rolling and made the fielder into the business.
just 2 centuries in this tournament so far. They've had 17 half centuries. So it's not necessarily a batting tournament. A lot of the tallies have been below 150. Full toss, whacked away, all the way. That's going to carry. Let's wait on the signal of the umpire. Gone, 6 runs.
End of the power play. Sixer was gone. 55 for 1.
So we'd seen a few maximums so far from the West Indies in this innings. And we've not had a lot of them. They had actually 202 sixes struck in the tournament as of yesterday. And 604 fours. Quite nice stats.
Well, this tournament has been wonderful for the players as well as the management as well. Yesterday I had Sterling Heyman, the chairman of IMC, was enjoying the game here, which was being played between Australia. Plays it down the pitch here. Was straight to the fielder at the long off. But if I talk about Farnham, the way he's now building up the innings, he's anchoring the innings, I think, from the one end, and that's Asif was stepping it up and making his way through the boundaries. Sweeps it away nicely there. That was a lovely sweep that clears the fence. Asif once again.
Beautiful shot, turning the wrist also, getting it flat along the ground. There's a man at backward square. It just went forward of square, just beating him to his right. Well timed, nice shot. It'd be nice to have a look at the replay on that one. But appeal was quite hearty and quite vociferous. The umpires, he was stretching forward tentatively, maybe going down the leg side.
This time picks it away nicely. There's a similar area. It's his favorite shot. It's his favorite area, Asif. Going down the leg side and getting some runs. And this is what West Indies needs right now, because they have lost their wicket, and then Asif stepping up into the game, and Farnham from one end is giving a much of a support, and Asif is doing the job which he's meant for. This time, not a good delivery. That's going to be a wide. But I think he must have done it purposely, because he was constantly going down, pitching it towards the leg stump. He's turning it with his fingers. Not using much of his wrist while bowling. Ankur. Oh, not a good throw at all. Not a good throw at all. That's just gifting runs away.
I think Ankur is just a little bit guilty. He was struck down the leg side by Asif. He's got 2 men out here, Fayaz. Backward square on the boundary leg side, and there's a man down at mid-wicket. But he's hanging down the leg side. So he's guilty of not bowling to his field at the moment. There you go, down the leg side again.
But this time he got it. The umpire is convinced. He's put up his finger. A big man, Asif departs.
From his body language, he's sweeping down the leg side. I don't know. The umpire had a very long look at it. Asif seems a bit disappointed. Or was it going missing the leg stump? That's another issue. But the umpire, I guess, is in the best position to make that judgment.
That's a big wicket there, Asif Chen, with the impactful innings of 36 in 22 deliveries were taken by Ankur. So 7 overs gone, 67 for 2.
The West Indies not off to such a bad start. They've not had many of these starts in the tournament. A projected score of 192. They've got pretty deep batting, and of course it depends on the bowling. They've been wanting against the big teams like South Africa, like Australia, Pakistan. So it's good to see that they're getting a good start. Bab is going to be the new batsman. Bab opened yesterday. He's a big, huge hitter of the ball. And normally he comes down later, somewhere in the mid-overs, going to the back end. Got really a clean striker of the ball.
Well, West Indies now need one player who can hit quite nicely, because from one end, Farnham, as you said earlier on as well in the previous game, that he has a nickname of Sweep'em, Cottam and Sweep'em. So, well, he plays a little slow in this manner, but pretty much of an impactful innings he plays, Farnham. So he needs a hitter at this moment, so that from one end the scorecard keeps ticking, and from the one end he can just build up the innings here.
Yes, he's very, very cautious, very meticulous about how he goes around his innings. When he got 100 the last time in Karachi here, and there's where he developed the nickname Cottam and Sweep'em. But he gathers his runs. He looks at the field.
Oh, nicely played it towards the deep point there.
Keep going, that's your 2 legs there. A bit more. That's your centre there. Coming right arm over. Right arm over. 5%.
Bab lunging forward, cautious, watching. Yesterday he was that also against the Pakistan side. But I lost that game. Some exhilarating batting from Abdul Razak and Fawad.
Well, that was pitched down the middle stump, and it was a little bit of involvement of the bat, and then just hit the pads there. And if I talk about Pakistan, Abdul Razak and Fawad Alam, they've been magnificent in this tournament. They were regularly playing the domestic cricket as well, much in the practice, which is showing here in this ground.
Abdul was struck on his thigh in a previous game, so yesterday he was like hobbling around, but strong enough to batter the West Indies, obliterate their bowling, making 99 in the process. Hard down the ground. That's gone all the way from Bab. When Bab miscues a ball, he can get 4 or 6. This guy is strong, played T20 in the West Indies tournament, and so for the West Indies, so he's got some experience.
And this is the experience which he's showing here right now in this game, because it's much important here for West Indies. The run rate they're going right now, it's pretty good. Oh, I think that was a little bit of a mistake in the release time of the ball, which made it a wide. As I was saying, that West Indies are going with a very good run rate of 9.32, and if they constantly go with this run rate, if the momentum doesn't break at this moment, they're gonna get a good thing here. Okay, so this time the ball rolling over the fence. I got a pole between my view. I guess I want to see it from the other angle as well. It was just near the brink of the boundary. And a good effort in the fielding there, I would say. 8 overs gone, 76 for 2.
Many of these bowlers, Fayaz, they're extremely slow in the air. I saw a couple of overs from the last game played earlier this morning from the rest of the world. Extremely slow. If you bowl those things, people like Bab can execute well, and you could be pushed out of form. The last over to that bowler was bowling extremely slow. And a big hit is going to take advantage of you.
Well, yeah, slower deliveries are quite a bit just like an opportunity for the batters. And if I talk about delivering it outside the off stump and then delivering it pretty much slow in the slot, this is the mistake what the bowlers are doing. I've seen in the previous games as well in this tournament. And then they suddenly get into the pressure after being hit for 2 to 3 boundaries, and then it becomes a jeopardy, because they start delivering wides and then they start delivering it more into the slot, and the batters, they get the much opportunity.
Well, if you're going to bowl slow, but you can bowl like Rashid Khan, for example, because on the big stage, they'll eat you raw, the batters. So if you're bowling slow, but Rashid Khan gets it, the velocity, it just spins on the pitch. Difficult to bat. But if you're not a big spin of the ball and bowling slow, you're going to be struck around the ground.
I second to that, and especially if you are bowling on this kind of a surface where you can get the advantage of the surface, and when you're bowling it slow and away from the field, it's all upon the bowler where he sets up the field. He shows the game plan there. And I've seen the bowlers setting up the field towards the offside and delivering it deliberately towards the leg. They're going to get hit for the boundaries there because there is no fielder in the deep. And when you're delivering it towards the leg side, you have the fielder in the 30-yard circle. That's an opportunity for the batter, and he's surely going to maximize it.
Well, I guess, too, that many of these teams coming into the World Cup and that stage. There's an appeal for LBW, not out, says the umpire. Had a long, careful look. I think Farnham was stretching out, so made it difficult for the umpire to give a decision of LBW. Just coming back to the point where a lot of these teams who do not come, or which do not come from cricketing nations like Hong Kong, Canada, they're struggling. They've got a journey that they've got work to do to improve their cricket.
Especially if I talk about the players playing in this tournament, they are mostly practicing at the weekends. They are not regularly playing. That is, I think, a bit of the lacking, which is making them struggle. And that was straight to the fielder. Well, I didn't got a view once again because of the pole there.
That was extremely slow and short. A combination of both.
One more here.
I was pretty surprised that Bab did not hit it out of the ground. But he's giving it flight. Nice length. Nice length. If he's got to keep it there. And there must be some revolution of the ball, velocity, to keep the batsman in check, or else Bab is going to hit you out of the ground. End of 9, 80 for the loss of 2.
खब्बे के लिए नहीं चाहिए खब्बे के लिए नहीं हेलो ओए हेलो थोड़ा सा करो
Okay, this time pushed it away, cuts it nicely towards the offside. Gonna go towards the deep point, although it wasn't really much muscled hard, but that was all amount of timing and the precision through which Farnham gets it away towards the boundary.
You're going in Farnham's territory there. As we mentioned, his nickname is Cottam and Sweep'em. So he's going to be cutting delicately. If you know your stuff, you're going to know how to work Farnham out. But he's a very cautious batsman. There he goes again. There's a man there at short third man this time.
Well, as you said, his nickname is Cottam and Sweep'em, and surely you're giving it in his range, in his favorite area, and he has those shots. You have to prepare some homework to get these kinds of players. And obviously when you're not doing the homework properly, you're not making the plan to grab them, that always becomes a disaster in the end. But this time, nicely fielded by Farooq, the skipper. First he got it for a boundary, then a single, then a dot. Babs there. I think Babs is a little struggling to hit the boundaries because of the surface, where the spinners are dominating because of the cracks on the surface. And as the sun is setting down, the surface must be getting a little softer. Just trying to hit that. What a swing of the bat, then came onto it.
I think Bab is a little bit overly cautious. He wants a big score. And he thinks that he can get it in this match against Hong Kong, one of the weaker teams. But Hong Kong has won one game, just like the West Indies, in their 4 games prior to this match.
But this time, Babs manages to get enough bat on the ball that was sailing over the fence. Magnificent hit here.
I think he was just waiting on that opportunity. He didn't want to go too rash. As I said, I'm thinking that he wants to have a big knock. And all the availability of all the ingredients are right here, right now. Lots of overs remaining.
That wasn't a very good delivery. That was pitched really much outside the leg. And that's surely an opportunity. That's just like, go my boy, avail it. And that went for a boundary. So, end of the half of the innings, 95 for the loss of 2 wickets. And a little drinks break as well.
Coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at the species of plants, of the animals, the insects, the birds, you know, it's just fascinating. Things that other countries would just see in a book or they would just see on television, we actually get to see it up close and personal. In some regions, we actually get to see it almost every day.
Guyana and its landscapes are as diverse as its peoples. The environment is part of our nature. Our very majestic waterfalls and rivers, our wide variety of flora and fauna are all part of what we stand for.
Guyana is divided into 4 natural regions. The low coastal plain, the hilly sand and clay region, the highland region, and the interior savannas. Each one of these natural regions has their own uniqueness, their own beauty, and something compelling and satisfying that kind of just hones you in.
Guyana's landscape is so vast and diverse. You would need to spend at least a few weeks to even get a glimpse of what this beautiful country has to offer. From the mangrove forest and its rich ecosystems and migratory birds and scarlet ibises in the north, to the Pacaraima Mountains, Panuku Mountains, and all of the wondrous rivers and waterfalls in the south. Not forgetting in between, you have the massive Mount Roraima and all the other tabletop tepuis.
And as you move around Guyana, wherever you go, there's always something surprising.
Monim Dar once again brought to bowl. And this time Farnham, what a hit it was, goes down the ground towards the mid wicket.
Head up. 1 wicket here, 1 wicket
And that
here.
clears the fence there. What a way to welcome. But this time it wasn't struck nicely, it was onto the top part of the bat. Wasn't struck nicely here by Farnham. He's purposely delivering it towards the outside there. Oh, direct hit. Direct hit. But umpire, I think he's not pretty much interested in it.
I think Bab was quite in, and he was stretching forward, grazing the bat, so he seemed as though he was quite in. The umpire, I think, was quite right. Brings up the 100 for the West Indies in 10 overs, good score. And I'm glad to see that when Farnham is batting, that the Hong Kong captain has got blocking those gaps for Farnham when he's going to cut. That was pretty impressive.
But I can see a little bit lacking here in the bowling of Dar, that when he's delivering it to the left-hander, he's delivering it away, and when he's delivering it to the right-hander, he's going towards the similar area, which is creating wides. That's the poor control over the ball.
Bab is going to hit you, and he's going to hit you hard. That's the big issue. If you put it in that slot, he's going to massacre you. That's what he's done there.
That's, you need to put some control over the ball, Dar, and you're delivering it to the right hand, and especially to Bab. Just look at it. That was the similar area where he was delivering it to Farnham. The left-hander and right-hander combination is becoming a disaster here for Dar. He's being put away for boundaries as well, and Bab and Farnham, they are taking some quick singles and doubles as well.
I like what I saw there just now from Bab, playing with soft hands into that big gap, big shot. That's gone all the way. I'm just wondering whether it'd go on one of those cars over that bridge. 6 runs, sweetly timed.
That was just into the slot, pitched it away from the off stump into the slot area, where I can say it was a proper opportunity. And if you're going to give opportunity to Babs, He's surely gonna bang you away. What a hit it was. Bit of an expensive over by Dar. 11 overs gone, 103 for 2. 113 in fact for 2.
And I think in the case of Dar, as you were mentioning a short while ago, the right-hand, left-arm combination is creating some problems for him because he's going on the off stick of the left-hander, and to the right-hander he's staying on the same side, which would be called a wide. That was quite a perfect observation. So he's got to learn to make that adjustment, just as the captain would have to make adjustment in the field.
I second to that. If I talk about Farnham and Babb, they're building up the innings quite nicely here for the West Indies. As we have seen from one end, Babs is going pretty much aggressive and Farnham anchoring the innings. And he's getting pretty much of a support from Farnham, Babs. That is why he's hitting some bigger ones. And obviously, now it's Cruz. Let's look at it. Delivering it very slow and towards the off stump. That is what I can see the lacking in Hong Kong China's bowling right now. When you're delivering it slow, well, you were talking about it earlier, that delivering slow and you don't have the versatility in it, that means you are being quite predictable. You won't get much spin on it, and when you are predictable enough, the batters are gonna read your mindset and they're gonna score a lot. Let's look at that. Away from the off stump, once again being predictable, Cruz. And that is what Bab's gonna do. He's just banging you away for a boundary. 2 bounce and clears the rope.
I just get the impression that these some of these bowlers, it's like bowling to a Chris Gale. You know the propensity of the movement of his bat. You develop some kind of fear. There's a man down there. Mid-wicket, just a single. That was hit firmly. So the opportunity did not avail itself to go back for a second. And that's the beautiful thing when you look at the big stage with cricket. The Sachin Tendulkars and yesterday I met Meander. Such a joy to watch these guys bat. They know when to play with soft hands to get 2 rather than strike it hard to the deep and you only get 1. Absolute pleasure yesterday. I had a photograph with Javid Meander. I told him I had the golden opportunity to describe him in the West Indies. So I alluded to an incident at Border, just come to that in a while, where the crowd was invading the ground. Pakistan were feeling. Single here. And the crowd invading the ground while the over was on, and Javid walked up to the crowd and ordered everyone get off the square, and they obeyed him. That's all the way in Guyana. That's the respect they have for people like Javid Meander.
I second that. He is the legend of Pakistan side, Javed Miandad, and Pakistan is a country which has produced quite a lot of legends. And if I talk about Javed Miandad, then Imran Khan, the skipper, and then Wasim Akram with the bowl, Waqar Yunus, and then after it, Rawalpindi Express, Shoaib Akhtar. Especially Pakistan is known for its pace attack. Pakistan has produced some legends in the pace, like Wasim Akram. And I won't say that just pace, with the swing as well, because Wasim Akram, he brought the art of reverse swing. He taught all around the world. And then some spinners like Saklan Mushtaq too.
Abdul Qadir. Now, Wasim Akram, that's a legend and a half. A legend and a half. I spoke with a few West Indians. I don't want to call their names, but superstars, legends, batsmen. And two of them told me, I asked only two. So a 100% response. The best bowler you have faced in your career, Wasim Akram was the answer.
Yeah, sure. And if you talk about Wasim Akram, he didn't had big long run up. He used to bowl from the 7 steps, much of a pace, then quite of a swing, and he has the variety. He had such a beautiful hand, the muscle, and just look at the beautiful view of Karachi. And that's the seaside beside it, and that's the shrine of Abdullah Shah Ghazi. He's the Sufi person, and that's Bahariya town icon, not completed yet. But
That's the tallest?
That's the tallest of Karachi. And behind it was the Karachi port, which is why the surface is becoming humid here near in the National Bank of Pakistan Sport Complex.
Changing bowling. He's had none for 9 off his 1. So he's been back again. Let's see what he does. Too short. Too short. Not to Bab. Someone else. Pick the players you're going to bowl that to.
Well, the Bab had the height advantage as well. It was just into his range. Just swung the bat really hard. From a cross bat, what a hit. Let's look at it in the replay as well. It was a proper hit from the mid of the bat. Generated power, the high magnitude hit.
I think I said this would have been a second over. It's a new bowler, so Mukherjee. First over, not a good start. Thank you.
Once again, delivering it outside the off stump. Slower delivery into the range, not to Babs. Pitched up delivery, and Babs loves it. What a hit it was, down the ground towards the long off.
He has raced on to 46 off 22.
Oh, that was onto the middle stump. This is the area where you have to be focused. Because when you're delivering it outside the off stump and you're going leg side and you don't have the variety in the bowl, that will surely be a big problem. Just look at it. When he is delivering it towards the middle stump, Bab is not getting much time to just open the hands or open the face of the bat. He's going for singles and doubles. And you're pitching it outside, and then a pitched up delivery. That's an opportunity, not less than that. Oh, feet work. And that's a biggie of the bat of Babs, and it's the half century for Bab, a quick half century of just 25 deliveries. Much of an impactful innings, and I can say it can be the backbone of the total score made by West Indies. Larry Babb, 25 deliveries, 54 with 3 maximums and 6 boundaries. A strike rate of above 200. Oh, this time he goes once again. Now he has shifted up the gears and he is now hitting the gas.
I'm looking at the strike rate of Bab. He's gone over 200. There's only one person that did that earlier in the tournament, Sunet Sampat, second highest total in the tournament, 195, but his strike rate was 205. Bab is racing along.
Surely, and the way he's hitting it, I won't say he's taking foolish risks here. He's taking calculated risks. He's hitting it fuller, and he's getting the results. A strike rate of 223.1. Just 26 deliveries, 7 fours, 3 maximums. Larry Babs putting on a show.
Yes, Sampat, who is second in the tally of runs I just mentioned, he has a strike rate of 205. And of course, Pakistan, Humayun Farhat leading the run scoring as of yesterday, 198 with an average of 49.50.
Humayun Farhat has always been an absolute wonder, and he used to play for Pakistan as well. That was a big shout, but all the three sticks were exposed. Cruz back into the action, delivering his second over. Well, with quite a bit of good economy. Well, this time slices it away towards the offside. The fielder at the deep towards the covers.
Farnham wanted a second. Larry insisted, apparently he wants to get 100 very quickly. He's going to go down and apologize to his captain. I'm sorry about that. I should have decided and come for it. Let's continue this journey.
Yeah, and Farnham, I think, he must be happy that Bab is taking the responsibility himself, the way he's hitting. Just look at that, he is in a hurry today. Oh, that was above the commentary box roof, and I think it just went outside the park as well. Umpire, now he's walking to get another new ball.
That one must probably gone out of Karachi. Huge. I know that Bab wants a big score and he's on his way already. 64 off 27. Big hit of the ball. His first two practice matches got 60s and has not had all the chances to bat in the tournament.
Oh, a high magnitude hit once again. And he caught him. And he caught him. A big innings came to an end. Cruz got Bab the big wicket, but he was in a hurry, in a rush. And that is the end of the quickest 64 in 27.
Good knock. I know he's disappointed because he was setting himself up in one of these games to get a big score. Here's the opportunity against Hong Kong, one of the struggling teams. And I say struggling with respect because Hong Kong has won one game in the tournament so far, and so is the West Indies. It's not like the West Indies is quite better than Hong Kong as far as the stats are showing.
Yeah, but if I talk about the West Indies, they were struggling to find a good combination. But today, if I talk about the batting side of West Indies, they've got the combination. They have performed well, and in just 13.5 overs, putting up a score of 149. I can expect it to go over 200 or 195.
That's exactly the discussion in the camp I overheard. I'm always listening with an ear to hear what they're talking about. But they were asking for 200 in the camp.
And when you're playing this kind of a high magnitude innings, I think that when you have got the momentum, when you're going in a good rhythm, so you should achieve the target which is in the mind. And it's Latif. It's quite tall. Must be above 6.3 to 6.4 feet.
I don't think you or I noticed Atwell. Atwell has been, that's Farnham on 17. Atwell is gone, but Farnham has been in there for quite a long time as well. So Latif has come in. He's very aggressive. Big hit of the ball also. So he's going to be conscious of the fact that they still have 6 full overs to go. Give Farnham a lot of support. and to see how far they can reach with the total. End of 14, 149 for 3.
Oh, that's up in the air. And taken. Taken at the deep. The skipper Farnham departs. Caught him and sweep him. When he just stepped up to go for a bigger one, he lost his wicket here. Soon after, Bab, another big wicket. The skipper himself departs. Caribbean side, well, I have always seen them pretty much aggressive in the bat. Lawrence Farnham departs of 17-20. Very much unhappy, disappointed, walking back. Is looking for a bigger one, but didn't came onto the bat really well. 149 for 4 after 14.1.
New batsman in. Devendra Maharaj coming out of Trinidad and Tobago, Twin Island Republic. So they would have, these two batsmen are both new to the crease. None of them off the mark as yet, so it's just about starting all over again.
Oh, well, it was a good delivery, pitching it onto the off stump. Well, Devendra Maharaj, and he was trying to go towards the offside.
Now, it was just in the course of the over. I wanted a shot of these little boys under 13 and under 15. Pakistan, these youths are hungry. I went to the Gymkhana ground, saw some 15-year-old boys bowling faster than anyone in this tournament, only perhaps South Africa. They are hungry, and it's the best spectacle for the future that I've seen in Pakistan. I like what I see.
Well, Pakistan, I think, after the patriotism in the blood, I can say that it's cricket, the next thing which is in blood. Because if a physical activity can be given a name, it's always cricket in Pakistan. It's just celebrated like an event. If I talk about the contest between India and Pakistan, people just enjoy it, celebrate it, and it's always just like a public holiday.
These little boys at the Gymkhana ground bowled so fast in the nets to the West Indians that the West Indians were complaining. The absolute aggression, that's what I like about Pakistan's cricket. As a youngster growing up, we line up for hours at our Mecca of cricket border to have a glimpse of Majid Khan, Asif Iqbal, Zahir Abbas, all these great legends gone now. But it's that aggression that we like the West Indies. They're exciting to watch. And that's what I'm seeing already in the DNA of these little boys.
I second to that. And if I talk about the first class in domestic cricket in Pakistan, we have already players like Saifullah Bangash and Saad Beg, the under-19 captain of Pakistan. They were playing pretty much good in the under-19s and in the nets, in the domestic as well. And if I talk about the skipper of Pakistan under-19, Saad Beg, me and him were in the same school. And he was my junior, and now he's representing Pakistan, and I'm representing Pakistan in commentary.
Beautiful. And there's where the fall of West Indies cricket. It's been blamed on that, the school system not involved enough. So there's a plan in my country that they're going to go back into the schools, get these national cricketers, former Mahendra Nagamutu, for example, can be utilized, getting all the potential leg spinners there.
Oh, a big shout. No. Umpire said no. Yes, I'll second to that, because the starts from the schooling. You start teaching and you start building up the mindsets from these schools. Then it comes to college, and then towards the universities. I've got much of a chances in school, and then I got chances in college, then in the universities. They gave much chances. They gave chances to the sports people as well. They're giving scholarships on talent. They're giving scholarships to the debaters, to the swimmers, and I can say athletes in total. So that's quite a nice thing going on right now in Pakistan. And if I talk about the governor, he's also giving the talent scholarships and making people study and play at the same time.
Latif, they're not getting into their rhythm as yet. They're searching for it. End of the over, 16 overs gone, 154 for 4. Just coming back to studying. And cricketers, I think, and I stand subject to correction on this, but your 1977 team that came to the West Indies, the Pakistan team could have been the most qualified cricketers in a national team in the world. That is what I learned. Could be wrong, but down to Imran Khan, he was leading all the way, studied in England, became a superstar. How they balance this, I don't know. Maybe because I'm not a fella, so I couldn't balance academics and whatever you like. But it's a story to remember, to emulate. Study, getting your degree or a master's, and becoming a superstar in cricket. I have respect for such people.
Yes, and it's pretty much important to study and alongside to follow your passion. And when you're passionate enough to study, for plan B as well, because it's the one way to earn cricket and to earn as well and to follow your passion as well. And then there's the second thing, study for the knowledge. When it's a blend of this combination, I would say that if you have this blend of combination, you're surely going to become the star. But it takes days, nights, proper hard work, proper struggle. And this makes you fit as fiddle as well.
The West Indies losing that rhythm. There's a big appeal there. But obviously from the body language of the batsman, it was going down the leg side. He was turning his body, actually, turning and playing down the leg side. but it's always such a great spectacle, because many people, when they study, they go through a lot of difficulties, financially and otherwise. Struck on the pad. Devendra Maharaj showing his bat to the umpire. I got a nick onto that.
Well, academic pressure is always a bit difficult to handle, but when you have the passion, you can do it. I think sleepless, as I've heard from the legends, instead of sleeping for 10 to 12 hours or 9 hours, and the schools, they make the mindset from the kindergartens.
Miscued there, just not getting it right there. Probably roll into the boundary. That's a bonus. But miscued, that they've been miscuing all the while. Not finding that rhythm. Quite unorthodox, ugly looking shot. And I know Maharaj can bat better than that. But it's still struggling to find the rhythm. I hope they don't take too long, because just 3 overs remain after this.
And well, after the departure of Bab, and then suddenly after Bab, that was the skipper Lawrence Farnham. It just gave a little setback, but this time it was onto the bat nicely. It wasn't muscle pretty much hard.
Short run.
Going with the soft hands there, taking singles and doubles. Well, it's not getting into the slot the way they want. Latif and Devendra. 17 gone, 136 for 4.
Thank you very much, cameramen. Absolutely brilliant. Karachi is such a nice place. And in the middle of all of this construction, enveloping the ground, circling around, these beautiful buildings going up, and you're right in the middle there, enveloped. Nice, lush green outfield. What a spectacle. If you love cricket, this is therapy.
And yes, if I talk about the city never sleeps. It's always lovely, because not just in day, and in the floodlight, night matches are also being held in Pakistan and Karachi, and in these kinds of grounds as well. It's more of a red ball ground, NBP Sport Complex, and not much night matches here. It's a lovely ground to play. Here he was trying to go for a bigger one, didn't connect it well. I saw that it was a good swing of the bat, but completely misses it. It was onto the off stump, roots it away. The bails are off, and kaboom, you're gone back.
Yes, I think Latif was playing across the line. So that's the end result. Inevitable. Playing across the line, missing. Probably aiming to come down the leg side, where there's a lot of territory, vacancies that you can get runs. So the West Indies losing another wicket. Not a happy moment there. And that projected score that has been coming up of over 200, I think it would have to be reduced. But the current run rate is excellent, 9.50. But they've got to get somewhere on that 200 mark. That's the projected score.
That's going to be a little change in the commentary box. Aurangzeb has joined us in the commentary box.
Good to have you, youngster. How are you doing?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Naeem. I remember we met last, we met last week, and we had a little chat about the game between West Indies and...
That's, what's the name of the ground?
The South End Club.
South End. Oh, yeah, I remember. Getting old now, so you got to remind me, all right? New batsman, Lal. Lal has been batting early in the tournament for the West Indies, but they've just reshuffled today. He's coming down the order.
Bit of a shuffle in the West Indian 11. Tries to hit, going for the big one, but fielder out there. Only a comfortable one would be taken.
Well, somewhere along the line, they would have to step on the gas a little bit because the overs are heading away. 2 overs remain after this. So something has got to be done. And it's coming here. Off the bat of Lal, struck through the onside, down towards the mid-wicket boundary off the pads, which may be just like themselves, the West Indies. And so it's who can play better in the struggle among the ones or the lesser mortals, may I say. Joel Leacock comes in. He's from the British Virgin Islands, playing for the West Indies.
New bowler, Najib, with a wicket and some handful of runs in his account till now.
Too short there. I'm surprised that Lal did not execute that. Get a better, bigger amount of runs. Just a single. We've seen a few partnerships developing, and that's what you need. This thing is all about partnerships. Sometimes you've got to reconstruct after a disastrous period, wickets tumbling. So it's staying there. The other thing is to bat out your 20 overs. You must.
Yeah, I obviously agree on that. They always need a partnership, a great partnership, from the opening batsman or the one down one, to make a big settled score in the T20 format.
My eyes are always caught on these youngsters. Some of them look like age 8, 9, discussion going on. What's in their minds? It's all cricket. Beautiful. I just love this. Struck on the pad. Appeal. Hearty appeal. The umpire says not out.
Umpire doesn't seem interested in this one. He was thinking, I guess, it was pitching outside the leg stump.
In contrast to these little boys, I'll tell you that little story. Big offer, no contact. But he had a back foot anchored in the crease because the wicketkeeper took off the bails. While these little boys are crazy about the actual game of cricket, when I were their age, I was just staring at the commentary box. Henry Blofeld. Down the pitch, all over. Deceived, beaten, beautiful delivery there from Najib. Nice, nice drop. And the batsman coming down the pitch, beaten, bails taken off, and the West Indies losing another wicket.
So, okay, on the lost of 7 wicket, West Indies is 173 and 18.5 overs. Now Fayaz is joining us for the interview. Over to you, Fayaz.
Okay, so the match between West Indies and Hong Kong China is going on right now, and I have the star batter who has scored a quick 64 of 28, Larry Babb, with me. Larry, it was a wonderful innings you have played. Well, if I talk about the mindset from which you were going on, because you had lost earlier 2 wickets and then you stepped up and you did wonder.
Well, after the loss of the 2 early wickets, obviously had to consolidate, take my time, try to get in because the guys are bowling quite slow. Where I'm from, Barbados, in the West Indies, we're used to quick quick spinners. So it's just a matter of just adjusting to the conditions, and I think I've adjusted to the conditions today.
And what about if I talk about the captain, Lawrence Farnham? He was there supporting you, and he was constantly he was talking to you as well, so that you could get some quite good support.
Well, before the game started, we had a meeting, and I told him that as escape, if you win the toss, I want to have a bat because we weren't been batting well throughout the series. So, however, he played a supporting role, and I told him just remain positive, and we should see a good total.
I saw that you were in a little hurry, which made it a little blunder in the end, and you got out on that delivery.
Well, to be honest with you, it's just a bit of lack of concentration. However, because of the slowness of the bowlers, rather than play a flat batted shot, I played a top-handed shot, and that's why I fell.
And how much you are satisfied from the innings so far going on?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not satisfied. I think right now we are about 30, 40 runs short.
Okay, thank you so much. That was absolute wonder today by you.
Thank you.
And I had Larry Babb with me, and back to the commentary box now.
Last over for the first innings. Munir Dar is here to close the first innings. First ball hits toward the middle on at a 6. Beautiful batting. Beautiful batting from Lal.
Here these little boys. Beautiful shot. Doing some commentaries there in the corner. I'm always enthused with these little kiddies. Look at them. Beautiful. And they're all excited. Down the ground again. Down the leg side. This time towards mid-wicket or wide long on. The previous one was at mid-wicket. Now Lal is stepping on the gas. And that's what he has to do. This is the final over.
2 consecutive boundaries by Lal in the start of the over. This is the only thing which West Indian side required actually.
I understand that the teams will be taken to the beach. That's tomorrow. We're all looking forward to that. Another one. Straight over backward square. Lal is on fire. And it's coming at the right time. The final over.
And not missing any chances over here. Perfectly calculated shot by Lal. Going for another one, but this time is high and drops it. Big mistake by the fielder here.
But I was talking about that earlier on in this tournament, that the teams, many of them are plagued by bad fielding, high deficiency in that department. In the air, that's going to come right here where we are in the commentary box. I'm getting old now, had to take evasive action, struck down the leg side. Lal has raced to 31 off 10. The West Indies approaching that 200 mark. That's what they were asking for. They didn't achieve 200, but just one short. End of 20 overs and 199 for 7. Fayaz, who did a despairing act a short while ago, he's returned to camp. Like your interview.
Thank you so much. And now Hong Kong, China needs 200, which we were expecting West Indies to make 200 there, but they became just one shot. Doesn't matter, but they gave a target of full 200, complete dot. So 200 to be made in 120 deliveries. West Indies with a very good start, and I had a chat with Larry Babb, And he said, being a Caribbean, it's always just like going with the rush of the wind. So that's 8-12. It's bowled by Najib and caught by Khalid. 17, Asif, LBW by Ankor of the 36. Farnham, Lawrence Farnham, the captain, caught by Cruz, bowled by Dar, scored 17. And then a wonderful innings here by Babs of 64. Latif with just 2 on the board. Davendra with 13. Lal with 31. Very quick, very impactful inning here. And then Leacock with just a single. And Chatram with just 2. Mahendra Nagamoto, he didn't got the chance to bat here. If I talk about the bowling stats here, Zar hasn't got any, but I can say a balanced economy of 8.50. Then Ankur with just a wicket there of 24. Again, a balanced economy. And I talk about Najib. He got 2 of 7.33 with a good economy, I would say. A good spell. Farooq hasn't got any. Dar with a wicket, and Cruz with those 3 crucial wickets, and a good economy of 6.75 as of T20 game. And Mukherjee being very expensive of 20 of his 1 over. And this summarized the game to 109 made by West Indies, and now Hong Kong, China. They need 200 to win this game. West Indies, what a toss to win. Elected to bat first and puts off a great show. So we'll be back in a bit with the second innings in which Hong Kong, China will be going for a chase of 200. Till then, stay tuned.
Coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at the species of plants, of the animals, the insects, the birds, you know, it's just fascinating. Things that other countries would just see in a book or they would just see on television, we actually get to see it up close and personal. In some regions, we actually get to see it almost every day.
Guyana and its landscapes are as diverse as its peoples. The environment is part of our nature. Our very majestic waterfalls and rivers, our wide variety of flora and fauna are all part of what we stand for.
Guyana is divided into 4 natural regions: the low coastal plain, the hilly sand and clay region, the highland region, and the interior savannas. Each one of these natural regions has their own uniqueness, their own beauty, and something compelling and satisfying that kind of just hones you in.
Guyana's landscape is so vast and diverse, you would need to spend at least a few weeks to even get a glimpse of what this beautiful country has to offer. From the mangrove forest and its rich ecosystems and migratory birds and scarlet ibises in the north, to the Pacaraima Mountains, Panuku Mountains, and all of the wondrous rivers and waterfalls in the south. Not forgetting in between, you have the massive Mount Roraima and all the other tabletop tepuis.
And as you move around Guyana, wherever you go, there's always something surprising. There's always another surprise that awaits you. It's a moment that you would want to repeat and just want to all over again.
We're here waiting to show you the beauty that our country contains. So what are you waiting for?
The emphasis now over the past few years in Guyana has been leaning more towards birding tourism. A lot of people are coming now because to see birding. Guyana is off, we would call off the beaten tourism track. It's a new frontier. We actually have, in terms of birds, we have over 900 species of birds and over 70 species that are Guyana Shield endemic. Some of them are easy to see compared to neighboring Guyana Shield countries. Guyana is indeed unique in terms of birding because of the diversity of species. You go on a birding trip and there are many other mammals that are present. And so there are many species that can be observed over the period of time that you are in Guyana.
When you fly over major parts of Guyana, it's uninterrupted forest. Guyana has done a really good job in terms of preserving a lot of the environment, which in other countries has simply been lost. In a lot of countries, you rely for special birds and for conservation generally on little pockets of little oases of good forest or good habitat. But in Guyana, you've got a lot, and I hope it stays that way forevermore.
Showing people our country, birds, our culture, the way we live, I believe one of the best ways of promoting conservation efforts. I love seeing birds. I don't know what is so addictive about bird watching, but when you see the first bird and you get into it, you want to see an excellent, especially new species. And the more difficult it is to find, it makes it more interesting. You want to go challenge it. Every unique birding trip that we run in Guyana must see the sun parakeet. And that's why we go to Karasabay.
So welcome back from the NBP Sports Complex. Start of the second innings. Hong Kong China need 200 run in 120 balls. For the opening, Ankur and Munir Dar is here from the Hong Kong China side, and Metal Holzer, the bowler from the West Indian side. So far an average start from West Indian side. Plays a cut on point and single run conceived by Ankur. So I'm joined with Fayaz in the commentary box here.
Thank you, Aurangzeb. I was entertaining you while I was away. So I can say pretty good start here by West Indies. Metal Holzer is a good bowler, and today if I talk about the Pacers, it is quite a good surface because there are grassy patches. Not much of a grass today. It's a slightly different surface as we were playing on the previous games. Slight of the patches in which cracks are. Some occasional shine as well. That's up in the air, up in the air. That's into the area where there wasn't any fielder, but I can really applaud the skipper, Lawrence Farnham. Almost ran 3 yards to grab that. It was just near the boundary.
Yeah, a great save by captain here.
He's having a word as well with the fielder because he has changed his position. And his middle holes are leaving it quite nice. And we have Babs here towards the mid-wicket. Once again goes down towards the mid-wicket, and that was pretty much of a high magnitude hit there as the fielder. He was having a little pain in his hand after it. So pretty good first over here by Middle Holzer. First over gone, just 2 of it without any loss.
Coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at the species of plants, of the animals, the insects, the birds, you know, it's just fascinating. Things that other countries would just see in a book or they would just see on television, we actually get to see it up close and personal. In some regions, we actually get to see it almost every day.
Nagamoto, the new bowler for West Indian side.
He's going to deliver his first over, Nagamoto. And overall, the second one for the West Indian side.
Let's go boys.
Mahindra Nagamoto. Oh, that wasn't a good delivery at all. And that's a no ball, surely a no ball. But there was a struggle. It was a wayside no ball, but that was a struggle by the fielder as well. He just went till the end, just near the boundary, at the brink of the boundary. It was a stop.
Yeah, it also could be a boundary at this by this mistake. He was not ready for that, obviously.
And that's umpire saying it's a free hit, an opportunity for the batter.
Well bowled, man.
Not availed. Not availed at all. But a very good delivery here by Nagamoto. That is what I was talking about. The Hong Kong and West Indies bowling side. That's a little difference. But this time he just delivered into the range to Dar, who's a pretty hard striker of the ball. And what a hit he has managed to play. Just look at that. He came into the position early. He has already predicted what he is gonna do, and he did it.
Dar tries for another one, but misjudges it.
Ravi, you. Too wide, Dev, too wide. Nag, watchy.
Goes for the appeal, but completely he was standing outside the wicket, away from it. No chance for a leg by or something. He's continuously aiming to go for the leg before wicket. Nagamoto plays towards the leg side and goes for the boundary here. Another 4. Again, it was Dar who manages to send the ball out of the field. So the second over is completed. 15 for no loss.
Coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at
start of the third over. And first ball, it's a 4. Ankur also charging with Munir Dar. They both are trying here to settle the score as early as possible.
Yeah, surely. I'd say Middle Holzer. He's a great bowler, and it's a TN Vision production. You can see green Karachi, beautiful Karachi. As I was saying that this time Middle Holzer, he is becoming much predictable. And as I was saying earlier on, that the difference between the West Indian and Hong Kong side's bowling department is that Hong Kong bowling department was pretty much predictable. They were doing on the similar ranges. They didn't had much variety except of a couple of bowlers, but they were making it pretty much easy for the West Indian side. And if I talk about the West Indian side, they are pretty much delivering it away from the off stump, then they're coming towards the middle stump. They have the variety. Just look at it. When you're delivering it outside the off stump, that means you have to put on some variations. You don't have to be predictable. You have to be mindful that if you're bowling to Dar or Ankur, they are a kind of players who can hit quite nicely and they can just snatch some runs from your bucket. So it is much important that you be mindful that you have to deliver it onto the stumps, or you must have a little swing on the ball.
Yeah, obviously, Faiz, I second to that. That was the only reason by which they were able to maintain such big, huge target here. At this stadium, I guess nobody has crossed over 160.
No, it was a 180 scored by UAE against Canada. It was a 187, but Canada also managed to score almost 179 on it, but 200 is the maximum they have created. West Indies, what a good total on the board here. And obviously, if I talk about the surface, it's not much in the favor for the batters, but much in the favor for the bowlers, in fact, I would say, because there are grassy patches, that's occasional cracks as well, where the ball gets some unusual turn, but still, when you see through the batting perspective, if you are getting the ball pitched onto the grassy surface, it's not quite bumpy, it's just near the slot range, and if they are pitching it ahead just near the slot range, you can go all over the way. And if it's a pitch delivery, it's just like an opportunity, and it's just like a plate full of fruits, and you just have to choose which one to eat.
Yeah, Faiz, agreed on that. So third over gone, 19 for no loss, Hong Kong, China.
Well, it seems like it's kind of becoming a legacy for the West Indian bowlers to welcome the over with the boundary. As I can say that Hong Kong, China are now stepping up, and then they are now hitting the gas so that they could score quite nice in the power play. As in the T20 cricket format, it's always about the power play. It is almost the 20 to 30% of the game, and if I call about the death overs, that joins in with another 20 to 30% of the game. That means 60% of the game is in beginning and it is in the end. And the middle overs, you need to be much careful, you need to be much calm, and you just need to keep the scorecard ticking. Not those deadly dot deliveries which makes your score stagnant. Instead, you should go for a good hits there. A wonderful hit here by Ankur from the straight bat, as you can see in the replay as well. Nicely played down the ground as the non-striker was in trouble a little, and it clears the fence. that is what much required from the Hong Kong China side. And you have to be a little aggressive in the power play. You have to ace the power play. Oh, little misfield there. Well, the fielder was trying to show his football skills, but no, Messi wins. That's going to be a boundary. So the shrine of Abdullah Shah Ghazi, as you are seeing on your screens. If we talk about the bowler, he was doing the off cutter there. He was turning his wrist. It was coming out of the back of the hand. Beautiful Sufi shrine of Hazrat Abdullah Shah Ghazi. And it is written in Urdu, Dargah Hazrat Abdullah Shah Ghazi. 4 overs gone, 34 for none, 32 for none.
Coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at the species of plants, of
Renault, middle holds, goes for a wide on the first ball. Hong Kong China trying to maintain a partnership over here from the opening batsman. Chasing this kind of runs. Oh, a shot huge towards the mid-on and going for the boundary. Amazing hit by Dar here. I was going to say that as chasing a target near 200, they must need a boundary in every over, and especially considering the power play.
Well, if I talk about Mittelholzer, in the previous matches as well, we have seen Mittelholzer delivering it quite nicely. He has the variety. But if I talk about the surface of... I'm going to continue after this delivery. Oh, this time it's up in the air, swept it high, and... oh, what a catch outside the boundary there.
And
if I would have been there, I would have given a gift to him, definitely. What a catch. That was a lovely hit from the middle part of the bat, and then what a catch outside the boundary. Little fella has a good future if he goes for playing cricket. Have you seen that unusual guard? He walked away. His leg guard was just outside the off stump. And then he just manages to play for a wonderful hit. Absolutely delightful. And went outside the boundary for a 4. Dar, he has the right. No, that's not a boundary. That's a 6. Dar, absolutely wonderful. Well, Aurangzeb, I can say now Hong Kong China are maximizing the power play, which is much required in order to go for a chase of 200, which is just like a Mount Everest to climb, and it's not very easy. It's a big total.
Yeah, obviously. And as we know, Dar is the one player who can do this job for them. As in the previous match between Hong Kong China and Canada, he started hitting in the last overs and completed the match 20 balls earlier.
He's just like Stephen Poulsen of Australia, who's been playing wonderful in this tournament. And I can say he's the Stephen Poulsen of Hong Kong, China, Moindar. So 50 up for Hong Kong, China. Didn't lost any of their buddy. Oh, that's fortunate. That's fortunate. Leading edge led to a boundary. Magnificent. I can say pretty much luck in the favor for Hong Kong, China on this delivery. The keeper was just watching, and it was only the pace which did the job. A partnership of wonderful 50 between both the players, Moindar and Ankur. Metal Holzer being very expensive in this over. Needs to be in control and put a comeback. Oh, this time a full toss puts it away nicely. But that's Bab. Grabbed it just near the mid-wicket. Wide is just between the long on and the mid-wicket position, very wide. So 5 overs gone, a good score of 55 on the board without any loss. And the hustling, busy Karachi, and as you can see, the parking area of the shrine of Hazrat Abdullah Shah Ghazi. Quite a bit busy place. And a beautiful flyover by Behria town. Lush green grass. What a beautiful and delightful view of the stadium. NBP Sport Complex.
Coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at the species of plants, of the animals, the insects, the birds, you know, it's just fascinating. Things that other countries would just see in a book or they would just see on television, we actually get to see it up close and personal. In some regions, we actually get to see it almost every day.
Guyana and its landscapes are as diverse as its peoples. The environment is part of our nature. Our very majestic waterfalls and rivers, our wide variety of flora and fauna.
Lal is brought to bowl. Last over of the power play. And then the field will be open here. Just have the last over to go. Really aggressive. Just put up ahead the 30-yard circle. It's so important you just eye the field. Plays it down the ground in the gap towards the square leg. In the deep, the fielder was there. Well, Aurangzeb, as I have seen in this tournament, most of the batters, they are much interested towards the leg side instead of going towards the covers, extra covers, or the long off.
Yeah, also they manages to hit big hits on the leg side most of the time. And I say it may be easy at this pitch to play for the leg side rather than going on covers or extra covers. It could be risky.
Just look at that. That's a Superman hit. But that's another Superman grabbing it nicely. That's a very, very comfortable catch.
Just look at it. And it wasn't easy to catch that because it was in the air for a long time. And just look at it. A little slip. He was down on his knees. And what a grab in the end. That's Atwell. With safe hands, Ankur departs on 19 in 18 deliveries. So finally, first blood for West Indies.
Coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at the species of plants, of the animals, the insects,
So Najib is here from the Hong Kong side.
Najib Omar, the new man in from Hong Kong, China side. And before we were going to the national anthem, I had a chat with Farooq Saeed, the skipper. He told me that the Hong Kong typo, it's facing wildfire. 5 buildings were on fire. That is why we observed a minute of silence as well for them. So Najib starts off well. A welcoming hit on the very second delivery he played. Plays it down the ground towards the long off, and this is the region what I was talking about. You have to go towards the straight down the ground because always the field there is pretty much far because they are much focused about the mid wicket, the square leg area, towards the covers, towards the extra covers. The straight is mostly empty. So that's the area where you can find some runs. Power play is over, 61 for 1.
Tries to play the reverse sweep here. Dar experimenting with the new bowler. So from the bowling side, West Indian side, Atwell has joined for the bowling. His first over start to be delivered.
Atwell first caught a great catch. And now he's in the action. Shot number 113. There's slight movement in the field as well. They're taking the backward point of in the circle. That's some runs. Quicker ones. And the way West Indian side batted today, that was wonderful because they were going aggressive, and I can say the same thing which Hong Kong, China is now following. They're also going almost 9.5, 9 runs, 10 runs off the over. And this is what Hong Kong, China is doing. I can say that it's going to be very close. It will not be very easy for the West Indian side. They need wickets anyhow, and they need to get rid of Moindar. Just look at it, how much confident he is, Moindar. Guided it away nicely towards the fine leg area. Into the deep, goes for a boundary.
Yeah, he just showed the ball the direction towards the boundary. Just flicking the bit, so just flicking the bat a bit. Goes directly towards the boundary in the fine leg.
Now there are some movement in field once again. This time it delivers it outside the off stump, but he has the variety. Oh, that was a chance, but there wasn't any fielder there at the non-striker end. They need a backup anyhow. It's very close. Atwell being very aggressive, and this is the presence of mind of Atwell. Need to be applauded. So last one to go, which will end the 7th. 70 already on the board. Antonel Atwell has got 6 wickets in this tournament so far in 5 matches he has played. Just look at it, he's using his wrist there for the off cutter. But when it lands on the grassy patch, it won't get much of a turn. It can get a grip, the ball can skit, but it will not get some unusual turn, which they're gonna get onto delivering on the cracky part. So 7 overs gone, 72 for 1.
Coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at the species of plants, of the animals, the insects, the birds, you know, it's just fascinating. Things that other countries would just see in a book or they would just see on television, we actually get to see it up close and personal. In some regions, we actually get to see it almost every day.
Guyana and its landscape.
So that's Lal. Brought back once again to the action, into the 8th over. West Indies now needs wickets anyhow, or else they'll spill the water on their innings, which they have played earlier.
Yeah, Hong Kong players have started to settle in with the pitch, with the conditions, and also start getting familiarized with the bowlers of West Indian side, which is not quite beneficial for West Indies. Vishen Lal have played 5 matches till now, only conceded 1 wicket.
This is what Moindar can do to you when you deliver at the wrong line and length. That was a proper opportunity here. As I was talking about the West Indian side, they were not pretty much predictable, but look at it. It's just pitching on the middle stump, and it was pretty much predictable for the batter. It wouldn't have to be predictable at all. And Moindar is a very good batter. He can bat quite quick. And earlier when I had Naeem Chen with me in the commentary box, he was talking about that when you're delivering these slower deliveries, they should have a good amount of turn in it, or you must deliver it on a very good line, and it should be with the excellent length as well, or else you become predictable. The batter, once he get the hint that where you're going to deliver it, just going to bang you away for a boundary.
Back up.
So now they are moving. The perfect strategy. The Hong Kong China side, they managed to get their run rate near 10.
Moindar with his variety. That's the second time he went for a reverse sweep, but no, that was not much in favor, and it was kind of a lap shot as well, I can say. It wasn't just a reverse sweep. I don't know, it was a little different. He's contributing in cricket right now, Moindar with his variety.
Yeah, he was trying to do something out there.
Very close, but you just look at the beauty of that delivery. Turn inside, and that is what I was talking about. When you're delivering it onto the patch, where you are aware of the surface, where you are aware of the conditions, these kinds of deliveries are being delivered. 8 gone, 80 for the loss of 1 wicket, Hong Kong China.
Coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at the species of plants, of the animals, the insects, the birds, you know, it's just fascinating. Things that other countries would just see in a book or they would just see on television, we actually get to see it up close and personal. In some regions, we actually get to see it almost every day.
Dar was once again trying the reverse sweep, then came onto the bat. A current run rate of 10.00. 80 for the loss of 1 wicket. At 12 once again into the action. Just look at that. This time it came out of his second finger and nicely swept away by Dar, and this manner. That's Dar with his half century. Half century of 25 deliveries. Magnificent hitting here. He is playing like air for Hong Kong China. And when he is on crease, it's just like, hello, you need to be careful. I am there. And I can do wonder because I have the potential. That's the message from Dar. That's challenging up the bowlers. Smacks it down the ground once again. Just for a single. Going with much damage. Singles and doubles, and when they're getting in the slot, they're hitting some boundaries. I can say it's a pretty much balanced game going on right now on the beam balance.
Yeah, they are. It seems like some of the advantage Hong Kong China have, because they also have a handful of wickets and almost maintaining the run rate which is required.
$87 for 1 after 8.5, and comparatively a good over here by Etwell. Just 7 of it so far. This time swashed away nicely there, and Bab came in into field. The man who guarded. Gonna be a couple of runs there. 9 overs gone, 89 for 1.
Coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at the species of plants, of the animals, the insects, the birds, you know, it's just fascinating. Things that other countries would just see in a book or they would just see on television, we actually get to see it up close and personal. In some regions, we actually get to see it almost every day.
Guyana and its landscapes are as diverse as its peoples. The environment is part of our nature. Our very majestic waterfalls and rivers, our wide variety of flora and fauna are all part of what we stand for.
Guyana is divided into 4 natural regions. The low coastal plain, the hilly sand and clay region, the highland region,
Let's go, Zam. Oh! Well done, Reno. Well done, Reno. Ball in, Zam. Ball in, Zam.
Zamin is brought to bowl here. Zamin Amin. He's played 5 matches, took 2 wickets.
Ball in, Zam. Ball in, Zam.
And delivering it on to the middle stump. Zamin.
Lefty boys, lefty boys.
And it's a much requirement when you are delivering it wicket to wicket in order to get some of the breakthrough. Because you can see that Hong Kong China now has built up the innings and they are 99.2, which is quite a good score, pretty much balanced, where you're chasing a big total of 200, which can become a disaster if you don't play quick. You have to play a typical T20 game in order to achieve this total. Until Dar is on crease, we can expect that Hong Kong China can get off the mark here. Now Najib came into the action, plays it towards the widest extra cover,
Well done, Devi.
just near the long off, into the deep. But it's a good strategy when you're not getting the ball in the range, you're hitting it far away. Taking singles, couple of runs, here we go. Once again hits it hard, that's up in the air, in the no man's land. No need to fear. Just ticking up the scorecard.
Righty boys, righty boys.
And now Dar is going to face 53 in 29 deliveries. What a knock. He's constantly changing his guard there, and well, I can say that the versatility here was that was a bit lacking in the versatility of the bowler, because when you saw that Dar was moving away from the stumps and you had all the three stumps exposed, you must have delivered it towards the stump instead of going away from the leg stump. So Hong Kong China half a way down, 94 for the loss of 1 wicket. So that's the comparison warm graph, and you can see the warm graph of West Indian side and then the Hong Kong China side is pretty much similar. Between the 8 and 9 over, they were dominating, and look at the run rate graph as well of Hong Kong China versus West Indies. They were just similar there. And well, if I talk about Hong Kong China, in the 5th to 8th over, they managed to go 48. They were way ahead in those overs. That's the graph here you can witness on your screens. Hong Kong China half a way down, 10 overs gone, 94 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at the species of plants, of the animals, the insects, the birds, you know, it's just fascinating. Things that other countries would just see in a book or they would just see on television, we actually get to see it up close and personal. In some regions, we actually get to see it almost every day.
Guyana and its landscapes are as diverse as its peoples. The environment is part of our nature. Our very majestic waterfalls and rivers, our wide variety of flora and fauna are all part of what we stand for.
Guyana is divided into 4 natural regions. The low coastal plain, the hilly sand and clay region, the highland region, and the interior savannas. Each one of these natural regions has their own uniqueness, their own beauty, and something compelling and satisfying that kind of just hones you in.
Guyana's landscape is so vast and diverse, you would need to spend at least a few weeks to even get a glimpse of what this beautiful country has to offer. From the mangrove forest and its rich ecosystems and migratory birds and scarlet ibises in the north, to the Pacaraima Mountains, Panuku Mountains, and all of the wondrous rivers and waterfalls in the south. Not forgetting in between, you have the massive Mount Roraima and all the other tabletop tepuis.
And as you move around Guyana, wherever you go, there's always something surprising. There's always another surprise that awaits you. It's a moment that you would want to repeat and just want to all over again.
We're here waiting to show you the beauty that our country contains. So what are you waiting for?
The emphasis now over the past few years in
So 105 required from 60 deliveries, a required rate of 10.50. It's pretty much equilibrium in the equation right now between West Indies and Hong Kong, China. Now West Indies desperately need wickets, especially Dar's wicket, in order to come back into the game.
Yeah, obviously they are looking forward to get wicket because so far they were unable to get any wicket rather than the opening batsman Ankur.
That is your leg.
We go. That's onto the middle stump. Bab once again with the tall height, and obviously paces with the tall height has always a great impact on the batters as well. They're quite challenging to play. Oh, that was pretty much attacking delivery. The paces are now doing the job, and if I talk about Bab, he was pretty much amazing with the bat, and now he's delivering it quite nicely with the ball as well. With the straight seam, he's delivering it onto the grassy patches. Not much of a bounce, not a really pitched up delivery. That was just middle of the middle stump. Targeting quite nicely, not pretty much bumpy. Just look at that, that was away. That was when, just look at his wrist position, his arm. He was also bowling pretty much wide there. Just single, dots, everything. There we go, once again away. That's going to be a wide. Not a good delivery at all. Very costly one. So I have joined with me in the commentary box Naeem Chen, the Caribbean commentator, and he's a lovely person to share the commentary box with.
Thank you, Fawaz. Larry Bab. Quick single. Direct hit would have been some problems there for Hong Kong. Larry Bab is nursing a niggling injury to the leg. He had pulled up in a previous match, so even in yesterday's game he did not bowl against Pakistan. Coming back here, the West Indies desperately needing a wicket because that scoreboard is looking good for Hong Kong, China. 10 overs gone, 11 now. They've reached the 100 mark.
Yes, and I can see a pretty much equilibrium in the equation right now, because if I talk about the West Indian side, they were almost pretty much a similar situation. Now Hong Kong, China, and especially Dar, he's accelerating the game constantly. Every single delivery, he's going for a big hit. West Indies now needs a wicket, or else it'll become a big problem for them in the end. And especially Dar, he has scored his half century and now he's fearless. And that fearless hitting can become a big problem. Just look at that. Now he's trying the variety. And if you're going to do these kinds of blunders, that's just gifting runs away to Dar.
Well, I tell you, I'm so appreciative of the batting skills of Hong Kong, China. Underrated. Their bowling department, there was lots of deficiencies. But I dare say, I admire this response.
I second to that. That's much appreciative. Just look at that. Would you see the shot? And that was amazing. He came very out of his guard. He just left the guard. He was walking down and then just look at it from where he picked it up there and swept away for a boundary.
He's got everything working for him, Dar. Technically right. He's very focused. Because any side batting second and staring at a target of 200, it confuses you. You lose focus, you lose everything. Dar has been on the job perfectly.
I seconded that, and the way he's batting right now, he's become fearless after scoring that half century. This is much impactful. Oh, this time goes a river sweep. The another ace card coming out of the deck. What a hit it was. Lovely to watch.
Beautiful. Nice timing. And he knows where the fielders are. If you look at some of the shot selections, he's picking the gap. He's doing things that are absolutely correct. Very intelligent batting here from Dar. As I mentioned before, he knows exactly where the fielders are. He invents shots. I think he's absolutely a great batsman to look at.
Exactly. So 12 overs gone, 117 for the loss of 1 wicket.
But if the West Indies can't pick up wickets, that's essentially what they're aiming for. But if they can't pick that up, they've got to have lots and lots of dot balls.
82 now needed in 48, and obviously in the format of T20, it's quite a bit chaseable. And the way Dar is hitting right now, and the proper mindset, and from the one end, Najib supporting him, and where he's getting the ball in the range, Najib too, he's departing it for boundaries. And after 12 overs, they're going to be very much fearless because they have a handful of wickets. They have players in the bucket, and now they can put on the leg on the gas pedal. As expected, going hard on the ball, Dar. And he was pretty much interested for the second one as well. If I talk about the West Indian side, in the earlier couple of overs, they were delivering quite nice. After it, they suddenly became much predictable, and this is what made Hong Kong China a big way to 118.
what I admire, this partnership. I like what I'm seeing from Najib, 20 from 16. So he keeps the scoreboard ticking and supporting Dar.
And that was a good delivery there, a good mindset. Just delivering it towards the leg stump there, Bab. And if we talk about his height, about the height of Bab, he can get advantage of his height at the release point. He's doing it with a scramble seam right now. Just look at it. Oh, that's raised high. High and a mighty hit it is. It was pretty much well enough to clear the fence. That's a maximum.
Just looking at this replay, Richard Latif is still grounded, prostrated on the ground. As the cameras will go across to show he was trying to make a catch out of that. So he was lingering by the ropes, then fell backwards. He's still lying there. The physio is already out there.
And the physio, he's rubbing his head. I think his head was brutally hit onto the surface of the ground. He's getting the physio there. Just look at it. He's getting a cold patch on his head. Must have been hurt a lot. Hopefully he's fine.
I want to believe that his head landed on that rope. It'll be interesting to have another look at it.
Can I get the replay, please? And just look at it, and oh, that was because of his cap. I think that was just onto the ground, and that lid of the hat must have hurt. But he's fine now, on feet.
West Indians are like Pakistan. He's strong, aggressive. But it's good to see that he's back on his feet. Giving the batsmen some time as well. They've come out, had a little refreshment, going back, strategizing. Dar 76, Najib supporting and supporting well. It's not like he's on 21 off 30 balls. So he's getting run a ball, even more than that, and giving all the support to Dar, who's faced up to 41 balls for his 76. Excellent innings.
Yeah, that's some mesmerizing innings here by Hong Kong, China. A partnership of 68 in 41 deliveries, which matters a lot here. Because building up the partnership is just like building up the game. It is just like knocking the doors of the victory. Oh, pulls it away nicely there. What a hit! And it was a catch drop there. I think we didn't get a view of it.
Leacock actually went to hands, flush in his hands and flush out of his hands.
Well, that was an opportunity to be availed here anyhow by West Indies. Although it wasn't very easy. So look at it in the replay. It was up in the air and
Just missed the frame actually to see the catch taken, but it did go to hand and he was dropped.
well, if I talk about Bab, delivering it quite nicely. It was an expensive first over by him, but now I can say it's quite a balanced over. I won't say very much expensive. It's quite a bit balanced. I won't say very much cheap too. But now they need wickets anyhow. At this point where you know that you are being beaten, you need to be mindful that taking a breakthrough is much important. But no, Dar said not this time. My friend, you're going to give me outside, and that's my favorite area. I have the variety and I can go all over the ground.
Frustration beginning to step in on the West Indies. They need dot balls, they need a maiden here or there, because getting rid of Dar seems extremely difficult to achieve. End of 13 overs. So what you've got to do is restrict as much as possible to keep that required run rate going upwards. The current run rate is over 10. So it'll be interesting to look at the required run rate is close to 10. So you need dot balls, you need a maiden here or there. You need to take the catches to get the wickets out, especially Dar. And he was put down shortly.
Yeah, I second to that, and I think that West Indians now need some miraculous couple of overs, some maidens, some wickets there, and if not wickets, just restricting overs. Just 1 or 2 in the over, it's okay. But if you're going ahead of 5, that will be pretty much expensive now, because the wickets are not being taken here, and they need to be pretty much tight on the field as well. They have to take the catches, they have to avail every single opportunity, and I won't say that they have to take the opportunity, they have to create it, and they have to snatch it from the bucket of Hong Kong, China.
This has been a masterclass innings from Dar. I think he's an intelligent batsman. He has played cricketing shots. Big one, that's going to clear. Clear Leacock, goes over his head. That's a maxi.
Yeah, that was wonderfully picked up by Najib this time, the left-hander. He came into the position very early, and that was into the slot. Just swashed away with a big hit. It was just onto the side wall, the fence guarding it, or else it would have been gone on the roads.
This is a masterclass batting display. They've had their chances. Dar was dropped a short while ago by Leacock. But I dare say, generally, this partnership has been outstanding. Faster than run a ball. They have done excellent. And in the process of all of this, they're beginning to see something down the tunnel. And I'm talking here about victory.
Would you just look at that? Dar, he has the variety. He's a very, very clever batter. He's coming down. He's changing his guard constantly. As he gets the hint where the ball is going to land, and he delivers it. That's the focus. That's the precision of Dar.
Now, that was a premeditated shot, but this guy adjusted his body and his movement to suit, because he went early into it. He thought that he would do it. I'm surprised that he did not end up in some problems, but he maneuvered well.
Well, I think today he's lucky enough. Everything is going in his favor, Dar, because this would have been a little problematic here. He was going for a lap shot, and it wasn't the delivery where you have to go for these kinds of shots. But he's become fearless now, because he have got a couple of shots right, especially when he was hitting the reverse sweeps that were on point, and that is why Dar is on top.
The partnership has been 87 off of under 50 balls, 48 balls. Simply fantastic. Magnificent response by Hong Kong.
This time picks up the length very early and delivers a punch there. What a hit. That's going to go for a maximum. Dar, well, from one end, He is giving a good beating to the bowlers, and from the other end, Najib, now he is stepping up too.
What a beautiful match, and this is T20. 14 overs gone, 6 remaining, and they're having something in their minds. I think when the process started with their response, they didn't think about victory. Victory was probably out of their minds. But look how the equation and has changed, and the complexion of the entire match. Beautiful.
A partnership of 92 and 50 deliveries, which is quite impactful here, built up quite nicely, and in 6 overs ahead, they just need to score 51 more. That is
like Hong Kong, China, the West Indies are lacking in their bowling department. Like Hong Kong, China, they've got better batters. Let's see what Lal can do. Can you stem the flow of runs?
As you can see, Dar, well, it is quite predictable that Dar is gonna move from the off stump, and you have to target the stump when you're delivering it to Dar. This is the same mistake West Indian bowlers are continuously doing. When you're eyeing that the player is going continuously walking down the crease, and he's going such ease, it seems like he's making the bowlers deliver where he wants. That's the beauty of Dar's inning.
Yeah, because he's moving early, and the bowler is seeing that. And all you need to do is to attack those stumps. Dar can get into trouble. He's giving the intent, the indication that he's going to pull out the leg stump to sweep or to do something. The adjustment has to be made by the bowler at that stage. Attack those stumps. He's going to miss it. And I'd like to encourage him to change that focus. He needs to get to 100.
Would you see that? Would you see that? Every single delivery, pitching it outside the off stump into the slot. He's making the bowler deliver where he wants, and it's surely the game right now by Dar, and he's muscling up every single delivery. He's on 87 now, pretty much fearless, just around the corner. And if I talk about Najib, he's following the footsteps. Now that was the delivery onto the middle stump, and it was turning outside the leg stump there. But how beautifully he drived it away. That was just a single, and Najib, where he's getting the ball in the slot, he's just delivering a good punch. And if I talk about Dar, once again, just look at it. The movement and a boundary. And he's playing these similar shots, and they're giving these similar kind of a deliveries every single time.
Swizzling away there, Dar. The West Indies are facing trouble. They're staring at something that's not nice.
Dar on 91 now. Just in 48 deliveries. A current partnership of 155 deliveries. And this time, well, I think it just might be disappeared from the keeper's eye. Well, it was in the air, but keeper was eyeing towards the fine leg. He thought that it must go towards the fine leg. I think today the luck is in favor of Dar.
It's a beautiful knock. Highly focused. He has done everything. Luck has gone his way as well. He was dropped, sweeping. Sometimes he's attempting injudicious shots, pulling out the off stick, looking to sweep. The bowlers have been allowing Dar to have his way.
So 15 overs gone, 157 for the loss of 1 wicket. 42 more needed in 30 deliveries. Well, we were aiming that required rate will stay till 10 or till 9, and now it's gradually more declining. That's 8.40 now.
Well, if you can't get the wickets, you've got to restrict the batsmen. Lots of no dot balls. And the West Indies are showing that they don't have the ability to do that. Dar is getting away with this game.
And on the other end, Najib, now he's stepping up too, because he knows that they have a handful of wickets, and now they can experiment. At this stage, where the game is in their hands, they can experiment a lot. They can go aggressive. They have the players behind, and Dar, he is just magnificent today, unstoppable.
I wish his focus stays there and he gets to that 100 mark. That's very important for his personal account.
But oh, drops it there once again. These are the mistakes which is leading West Indies to a disaster right now. Because after scoring 200, if you're in trouble, that means that's lots of lacking in the bowling side.
Quite an easy catch there for the West Indies captain. Flooring it.
Well, I've seen in the attacking bowling as well from both the sides, I think, because they're not bowling the shorter deliveries. They're not going for the aggressive bowling. They're not going for the attacking bowling. They're just going for the stumps. They are just focusing to bowl away from the stumps for the neck of the bat. Just look at it. Once again, delivered it outside the off stump, not going pretty much short on the ball so that the batter could have less chance to open the face of the bat. He just go for the pull, and there they can find the neck.
Dar is having a mid-pitch conference with Najib, and I know exactly what he's telling him. The last 2 or 3 deliveries, you've been slashing, attempting to finish the game in this over. That should not be. Just stay there and let's roll on.
But Najib, oh, that was just on the commentary box. Thankfully we are safe. It was a muscled hit and a very dangerous one for us. We were saved just because we were just behind the equipment there. I think now Najib and Dar, they're going all the way. Let's look at it. Plays it down the ground. That's also into the gap. That's going to go for a boundary. Najib finding the gaps there, and once it gets into the slot, he's hitting it away for some bigger ones. Playing like a big boy. Najib now.
Yeah, too short. Giving Najib all the space to maneuver, getting into position, and boom, straight down the cover region for 4.
And it was onto the pads. While pitching it away, the leg stump, that's not quite a bit aggressive thinking, I think. Need to do some yokers. There's a lacking in yokers, that's lacking in shorter deliveries, that's lacking in the full length, good length deliveries, I would say. They're just pitching it into the slot. They need to focus on the line and the length right now.
"31 runs, 24 balls. Now, what should the West Indies do? That's what that discussion is all about. between the captain and Zamin Amin. But there's little you can do as a captain if the bowlers are not supportive. The balls have been short, they've been down the leg side, too wide of the off stick. Because the battering they have been receiving, frustration steps in by the West Indian bowlers.
Oh. Once again, Najib. Now they are going for bigger ones. They are not going to stop because now they have they shifted the gears. Not just one, but all three gears are going pretty much amazing.
The two top seamers, that man that is feeling their Bab is one, and Metal Holzer is the second. But they have not been able to restrict the Hong Kong China team. Both of them, none of the bowlers have been able to restrict, especially Dar. And now Najib has changed gears. He's accelerating.
Najib is just 2 away from his half century. It's going to be pretty good competition. Oh, straight to the field, a very good fielding there. Should appreciate, because after a long time in this innings, you've seen this kind of field. But Najib said, no man, I'm going to go hard on the ball. And that was Atwell on the guard. So it's the half century for Najib. Well, he shifted up the gears, got much of a support from Dar. First he was supporting Dar and then Dar supported him. The beautiful combination Hong Kong China got in just 34 deliveries, a half century with 3 maximums and 3 boundaries.
Get it up.
So the West Indies wanted 200 runs. It's close to it, 198. All right, so, and now look at the response from these Hong Kong China team players. Look at this response. Supreme.
Plays it down the pitch towards the deep extra cover.
Back it up.
It was Bab there, the man on guard.
And look at the fitness of these batters. They have not shown much exhaustion. They have been running sharp singles, staying in there. These guys are fit.
Coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at the species of plants, of the animals, the insects, the birds, you know, it's just fascinating. Things that other countries would just see in a book or they would just see on television, we actually get to see it up close and personal. In some regions, we actually get to see it almost every day.
Guyana and its landscapes are as diverse as its peoples. The environment is part of our nature. Our very majestic waterfalls and rivers, our wide variety of flora and fauna are all part of what we stand for.
Guyana is divided into 4 natural regions. The low coastal plain, In the hilly sand and clay region, the highland region, and the interior savannas.
And in the commentary box, it's a little change.
Shelton, Shelton, Shelton.
This is going to be a wonderful victory if Hong Kong gets this.
Oh, Najib goes again. Down the ground. Oh, quick, quick. Very good running between the wickets. They were sprinting for the second one as well. And that's Dar, who ran for the second one as well. Even after scoring 91 of total, staying on the crease for a long time. The fitness, as you were mentioning earlier on, that is amazing by the Hong Kong China. He puts it away once again, down the ground. This time it was the backward point leg.
I would love to know the age of Dar and the age of Najib. They have posted over 100 partnership, batted through the entire innings, almost. They're still there, still taking cheeky singles, converting ones to twos.
Come up.
They are going a positive mindset because I think the cricket is more a mental game than a physical game. Now they've mentally won the game, and they know what they're going to do, it will be in their favor. So now they are sprinting hard, they are hitting the ball hard. Dar is experimenting variety of shots, and Najib following the same footsteps.
I think Hong Kong, they're snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, because when they went out there to reply to the West Indies, I don't think they thought they could have won this.
Dar goes once again. Oh, that's a misfield. That is a big blunder. Big blunder, a costly blunder, I would say.
Yes, just the moment that the West Indies needs to take every catch, stop every drop boundary, it's the complete opposite happening.
Keep bowling, buddy.
And Dar now just 5 away from his century. Here he goes down the ground once again. Down the deep mid wicket.
Beautiful knock, Dar. Congratulations. I hope he gets to that landmark of 100. And for the purpose of fairness, I think that the Hong Kong team needs to win this game. In all fairness, this has been a masterful reply.
I can see Bab now doing a couple of good deliveries here in order to still fight till the last ball he can deliver. He's contributing, which is in his hands. Oh, this time a big hit straight down the ground, sailing over the fence. That's a biggie.
A biggie maxi.
Yup. A biggie maxi. That was onto the nets, which were guarding the cars on the roads. Must have smashed some mirrors there.
It's all about Dar, all about Najib. And look how he's inched up his score. He's gone to 62 of 48. So I don't think Najib was supporting Dar. I think they were batting naturally. Where is the need to support when one wicket has fallen? These are all frontline batsmen, and that's what they're displaying.
I think Hong Kong, China, they got a wonderful combination of Najib and Dar. They were struggling to find. And today, they must be taking this as a key pointer that if Najib and Dar are on crease, that's going to be a wonder, because I've seen Dar playing in the previous games as well. He was the best batter. He was delivering a good punch in the last game too. And today, he's been wonderful with the bat. And especially when you are chasing the target of 199, which seemed like a Mount Everest to be climbed, and they're climbing it like as if it's nothing.
An innings of character, beautiful.
These kinds of deliveries are much required here, and which were required earlier on as well. Oh, I think that's going to be off. That was of the bat. There was a little bit an involvement of the bat in that one. Dar just 3 away from his century. And Hong Kong, China. I think there is some sort of issue with the side screen there. And in this ground, there's very much impact of the side screen, because all the walls are painted white. And when you're playing the white ball with the walls painted white, it becomes a little difficult for the batters to put on some focus. Oh, a big hit once again. Oh, they took it, but it's very late now. It's very late now, because Hong Kong, China are just round the corner to the summit.
Absolutely. Good knock there from Najib. He's gone back. 62. Excellent knock. Now, at least he has seen a side. Close to victory. It's just a matter of carrying on. What the West Indies have to do is to crouch the new batsman, put him on the pressure, try to block the singles. If you hit me for 6, take it. But I'm going to stop most of the short running. Don't allow them to get these singles, because that's all they need.
I second to that. Even though they got a wicket here, it will. He tried his best. I can say it's a wonderful delivery he delivered. And a good catch after it. They were dropping the catches, and suddenly that just glued to his hand.
That's the catch was Ever Rolzer, the man from the BVI, taking a simple catch.
Oh.
Confusion. It's all over.
Hong Kong, China. Now they'll be aiming to get Dar to face the deliveries. The non-set batters, they can do little blunders here in the pressure. because the pressure of last couple of death overs is quite a lot. Sheldon on a golden duck, run out by Zaman. Nine needed from 8 now, and they want Dar anyhow on the strike. The strikers end with the non-set batter, can be a little dangerous, and that's the skipper Farooq Saeed. His 5 matches he's managed to score 64. Picks it up, and they're gonna run for the second one as well. Farooq seems pretty much confident, and he must be, because they're just round the corner.
Yeah, I see them getting this pretty easy, or easily. Farooq is the captain, and he's batting. This is pretty early. So he's got that skill, or supposed to have that.
Now last delivery to go, which will end the over. Ball to ball required. And that's the pole blocking the view, but taking just a single. Farooq wants the strike with himself. Run a ball required. 6 more to go in the last one.
And Dar is short of 3 to get to that 100. Of those 6 runs there, I only need 3, and Dar should get it.
He deserves to get it. The skipper should give him a chance to complete his century. Run a ball. Well, it seemed like a bit difficult game today for Hong Kong China, but the way they played, the way they made it in their favor, that's absolutely magnificent.
Well, I've had the opportunity to describe many of these games. I think I enjoyed this one a lot. Not because I'm from the West Indies. I think I'm happy that I'm seeing gutsy cricket, cricket of character. And that's what Dar and Najib have displayed. It's good to see this. Good cricket. It's good to see that the West Indies also reached this amount of, or these amount of runs accumulated to get 198, because they've been shortchanging all the while in the tournament. So I'm happy too that they're finding their form, but I'm happier to see that a team like Hong Kong could challenge you to get to almost 200 runs. Any side, in any circumstance, asking you to reply and achieve 200, almost 20 runs per over, and you can go out there and do that, batting second on a pitch that had an earlier match this morning. I think it's an achievement.
Absolutely. I can second to that. And if I talk about the West Indian side, when they were batting, that was flawless. And in the bowling, I saw some lackings there. And there were lacking in the Hong Kong side as well. And I can say it was pretty much a balanced match. Both the teams tried well, but if I talk about Hong Kong China, they fought well, and still the game is not over, because T20 format is always unexpected, and it's a fast format. Anything could happen, and every single ball counts and every single run counts in T20, especially when it's a blend of veterans with the modern day cricket. It's always a wonder to watch.
Now, where is this heading? Bob has other ideas. No slips. When I say slips, I mean no ball, no extras, no wide. Give me dot balls. That's from a West Indian perspective. From a Hong Kong perspective, just give me 6 runs.
That's Babs with a man cut. I think it's the first of the tournament. That's really unfortunate for Dar.
Well, the batsman seems to have other ideas. Did he carry around his hand? Was he completing the action? Was he backing up too much? The umpires say out.
Monir Dar, man cut by Babs. Little unfortunate, just 3 away from making his day. But a wonderful performance. Proper character today he has been. And he's very much disappointed as well. Quick 97 of 53. He's waving his bat, but he's very, very disappointed walking back to the dugout. Okay, now we're going to check it. We're going to check. That's been referred yet to the TV umpire. And that's some discussions going on between the TV umpire and the umpires on the walkie.
He's coming back on.
Must be really happy there. That's very fortunate. As I was saying, luck is in favor for Monidar today.
Now, how I understand it is that if the batsman was in the process of attempting to take that run, I don't think Dar was attempting. He was just simply backing up. So there must be some clause in the laws there. The umpires have changed that decision.
As I thought that the bowler was in the delivery action. That is why umpire made a decision here that that's a not out. But Bab once again going pretty wide down the pitch. And Munir Dar is asking Farooq, just give that strike to me. Just rotate the strike. Just look at it. He wants that single.
Well, this is excellent stuff here from Bab. Slanting it just within the return crease. If he can do more of that, well, interesting.
But that's a no ball. No ball. That was pitching outside the surface. It was pitching outside the 10-foot pitch. Just look at that. And just onto the line. That's a no. Signal by the umpire. They're going to get the free hit. But I think Farooq should give a chance to Dar here. Farooq struggling. Where is this match heading towards? Now this is all drama. Nail-biter situation. Well, I'm not having nails here. That's why I'm not going to say it's a nail-biting situation for me. But for everybody else watching this game, that's a lovely game here in NBP. One of the best matches of the tournament, I think. Dari was ready earlier. He wanted the strike. And he is not going to go for another one. 4 more needed. 2 more deliveries to go. Total drama.
If I were Dar and I had to choose between my 100 or getting the second run, I would have chosen getting the second run. I think 2 runs could have been on. It would have been close, but it's better for your side. It's better for your side.
He needs 3 in his century and 4 to win the game. Just at the brink. What a match it has been. West Indian side. That's a 360 shift. Dar goes on the top. And that was rolling down the ground. Oh, they're running for the third one as well. He dives it there and that's his century. Scores is level, and that's Dar with a century. Very much impactful of 54 deliveries. What a century it is. Surely a wonder. The much important match that's snatching the game from the West Indian side. Munir Dar with a century there. Much applause for him from the dugout as well.
Congratulations, Dar. Now the West Indies got to block every single single. Every man should be coming in. You hit me for 4, congratulations. Take victory. But I'm not giving you a single.
No, that wasn't a delivery to be delivered here. That's a wide. It's emotional moments here. A tight of a huggy. What a win by Hong Kong, China. By 7 wickets. That was simply snatching the game away from West Indian side. But I would say they fought till the end. It was very, very close. They challenged Hong Kong, China till the end, West Indian side. Pretty much a balance, but well, it's a matter of luck. And I can say a matter of great performance that led Hong Kong, China to the summit.
Beautiful game. As I mentioned, the past 5 games that I've seen, this is the best I've had a chance to see. And I'd like to congratulate Hong Kong. I think they did excellent. Fantastic win. They can celebrate tonight.
And well, we have got on the points table as well right now, as the updated points table I got right now for the semi-finals playoffs. Pakistan and South Africa from Group A has qualified for the playoffs, and USA and along with Australia on the first place, I guess. Australia on the first place has qualified for the playoffs, and USA on the second side. So we've got the 4 teams who's going to play the playoffs, and that's the betting scorecard. Ankur with 19, Dar with a magnificent 100 of 54, Najib with quite impactful innings of 62 of 41, Cruz, he was a little unfortunate today. And if I talk about Farooq, that was the last over wonder. 4 runs, managed to score 199, the victory. And if I talk about the bowling sets, Mitchell Holzer, he conceded 39, Nagamoto with 25, Lal 28, got a wicket, Atwell got a wicket with 38, Zaman with 18, a good spell I would say, and Babs being a little expensive, 44, hasn't got any. So that's Hong Kong, China summarizing the game and taking away the victory by 7 wickets. That was a lovely game overall of the tournament. And a bit we'll be there with the presentations. Till then, stay tuned.
coming to Guyana, the experience is just unique, different from any other tourist destination that you can think about. Without a doubt, when you look at the species of plants, of the animals, the insects, the birds, you know, it's just fascinating. Things that other countries would just see in a book or they would just see on television, we actually get to see it up close and personal. In some regions, we actually get to see it almost every day.
Guyana and its landscapes are as diverse as its peoples. The environment is part of our nature. Our very majestic waterfalls and rivers, our wide variety of flora and fauna are all part of what we stand for.
Guyana is divided into 4 natural regions. The low coastal plain, the hilly sand and clay region, the highland region, and the interior savannas. Each one of these natural regions has their own uniqueness, their own beauty, and something compelling and satisfying that kind of just hones you in.
Guyana's landscape is so vast and diverse, you would need to spend at least a few weeks to even get a glimpse of what this beautiful country has to offer. From the mangrove forest and its rich ecosystems and migratory birds and scarlet ibises in the north, to the Pacaraima Mountains, Panuku Mountains, and all of the wondrous rivers and waterfalls in the south. Not forgetting in between, you have the massive Mount Roraima and all the other tabletop tepuis.
And as you move around Guyana, wherever you go, there's always something surprising. There's always another surprise that awaits you. It's a moment that you would want to repeat and repeat and just want to all over again.
We're here waiting to show you the beauty that our country contains. So what are you waiting for?
The emphasis now over the past few years in Guyana has been leaning more towards birding tourism. A lot of people are coming now because to see birding. Guyana is off, we would call off the beaten tourism track. It's a new frontier. We actually have, in terms of birds, we have over 900 species of birds and over 70 species that are Guyana Shield endemic. Some of them are easy to see compared to neighboring Guyana Shield countries. Guyana is indeed unique in terms of birding because of the diversity of species. You go on a birding trip and there are many other mammals that are present. And so there are many species that can be observed over the period of time that you are in Guyana.
When you fly over major parts of Guyana, it's uninterrupted forest. Guyana has done a really good job in terms of preserving a lot of the environment, which in other countries has simply been lost. In a lot of countries, you rely for special birds and for conservation generally on little pockets of little oases of good forest or good habitat. But in Guyana, you've got a lot, and I hope it stays that way forevermore.
Showing people our country, birds, our culture, the way we live, I believe one of the best ways of promoting conservation efforts. I love seeing birds. I don't know what is so addictive about bird watching, but when you see the first bird and you get into it, You want to see an excellent, especially new species. And the more difficult it is to find, it makes it more interesting. You want to go challenge it. Every unique boarding trip that we run in Guyana must see the sun parakeet. And that's why we go to Carasabai. It is there. However, while saying it is there, they need to be protected. Rightful people.
So, good evening, and we are here with the presentation of the second game, which was played between West Indies and Hong Kong, China, here at the NBP Sport Complex. I have our guest as well, Mr. Babar Basharat, our match referee. And if I would talk about the match, it was a wonderful match, and I think it is one of the best matches of the tournament so far. Went till the last delivery, and then it's the victory in the bucket of Hong Kong, China. So first, we're going to move towards the formalities. So first of all, the best bowler, and it goes to Shelton De Cruz of his 3 wickets. And then the best batter, and undoubtedly it's Larry Babb from the West Indian side. And the man of the match today, that's much expected, it's Monir Dar. What a century he has scored. मुनीर भाई कुछ बात भी करेंगे आपसे. Munir bhai, okay, you're gonna be comfortable in English? Okay. Munir, that was a wonderful innings, and I can say it was a proper character today we have seen.
First of all, this are you okay? This innings, I dedicate the 40% that in Hong Kong. This inning, I will dedicate to those lives. Very tragic moment in Hong Kong. So I really feel very sad. So I don't have words.
And that is indeed very sad, but you performed well, you dedicated it to those people, and that is what it's matter right now. Monir, you were amazing today, and surely they must be very happy from the top seeing you performing well. Thank you. Please give a big hand for Monir. And now I'd like to call the captain of West Indies, Mr. Lawrence Farnell, to please join me. Lawrence, although it was a great game from every aspect, but just went till the last delivery and a little unfortunate in the end.
I think so. I just want to say congratulations to the guys at Hong Kong. They played an incredible game. We were happy with the total. We didn't bowl and feel very well. So in the end, Hong Kong came out quite victorious.
And if about your betting side, I think you got a great combination today.
Yes, I think this is probably the game where our combinations work really, really well and work perfectly to our plans. We probably were about, in hindsight, 20 short towards the back of the innings. I think it slowed up towards the 17th and 18th over. But in the end, we were happy with the total.
And I would really like to say that although you lost the match, but the West Indian side, they won our hearts today. What a game!
Thank you very much. I think Pakistan has always been a great host to West Indies, so we appreciate your hospitality.
Thank you so much. So this was the captain of West Indies, and now I'd like to call the winning captain, Farooq Saeed, to please join me. The captain of Hong Kong, China. Farooq, a wonderful victory. 200 seemed to be pretty much difficult, but your team made it look so easy.
First of all, I'd like to say Allah for making us win this game. And I'd like to dedicate this win to the typo fire victims, which is a big tragedy. And it was a great win because from the start, Munna approached me that he wants to go open and attack. So I think we planned it, and the Almighty made it happen. And it was amazing batting by Munna and Najib, our coach. Amazing batting. It was a great win, guys. All the best.
And you must be pretty much proud of your boys in both the departments today. It was a wonderful game.
Yeah, it was a tough wicket in the beginning because there was no movement in the wicket. It was absolutely, and our gentleman was hammering us like anything, and we still stood there, encouraged everybody. No matter what the beating is, we'll come back strong.
Sure, and obviously about that fire, that unfortunate incident which happened, and you're dedicating it, and we hope that it becomes fine soon.
Well, I hope we're still finding out how many the victims are, but we all pray for the victims.
Okay, thank you so much. It was a wonderful match to be seen. Thank you. So this ends the day here, and that was it from the presentation.